All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. Today we are looking into Delphi, as we all know, and the Flora, Indiana. Is there connections and what could they be? I've covered both these cases, and they're both very in depth, but we definitely need to see what the possible links to the two could be if they exist. And I do believe there is. I have for a long time. So thank you guys so much, very much, so much, very much, actually, for joining us today. You are so very appreciated. I hope you guys are having a great day. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys again for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for those of you that joined us for our morning show today. Great show for those of you that were there. Very much enjoyable. I loved it. I love the interaction from everybody, and I appreciate you all jumping back in today for this as well. You guys are awesome, and I think this needs looked at. I've always had a thought on this, guys, on the possible link between Delphi and Flora. I covered both cases in depth. Definitely Flora, more than Delphi, depth wise, I should say. But I've always had my issues and my questions about both. Definitely the possible link between the two. And uh, one of our Blue Crew members, awesome that they are, Mikey, threw some stuff at me that really opened my eyes a little bit more because there's some interesting factual information that was thrown in there that really just kind of blows the top off your head, to be honest with you, in my opinion. And it kind of, how can I put it? It kind of makes me believe what I've been thinking. Just put it that way. And you guys, for those of you that followed both cases and heard me say the things that I've said about them both, you're gonna have that same feeling, in my opinion. It's just kind of one of them things that you're gonna go, what? You know, that's what it was for me. So it is quite interesting. We're going to be reviewing another video and that somebody had put out, and then taking those things and the things that we already know, putting those two together. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say, guys. You know, I was real passionate about Flora, that situation, and I always wanted to know what the links were. I think we found them, truly. Now that Delphi case is over, as sad as it is, I do believe that Richard Allen probably deserves another trial. That's my opinion. Nobody has to agree with me. I just feel like it was not done the right way. So, seeing the things we're going to see tonight, I just don't even know what to say. You'll see. Hey, Tomboy. Speaking of everybody over here, Tomboy's in the house finally. Your show went over well, Tomboy. Your copy and a cold case. It was actually very, very well done today. I was very, very, very happy with it. So, speaking of Tomboy, she is in the house right along with the last 24. Mikey's here. Walt Harris, my friend. Lisa Joe, welcome back there. SRBBBB. Good to see you today. Rowena, welcome back, dear, to you. Miss Taylor, welcome back. Always happy to see you, dear. Brandy B, the OG's in the house again. Good to see you, Brandy. Thank you for joining us today. The Tomboy, like I said. Mark and Betty, cheers to you, my friends. Good to see you. It's probably evening where you're at by now. Great to have you here, though. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Murder Mystery Del Marbo's back in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. And FarQ, congratulations and happy day anniversary on 6 months, Far. God bless. We appreciate you so very much. Love having you as part of this community. And they became a new member again. Re-up that membership. That's so very awesome of you, FarQ. And thank you once again. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come to the door. If you will, please and thank you. It went better than good, Tomboy. It was absolutely amazing. Everything found a place. You have to go back and check it out. It was really good. Excuse me. Let's see here. I think I got everybody so far that's here. Please, guys, share this out and please make sure to hit that like button if you will. It is so very much appreciated. And Lisa Joe helped right along with that show this morning, by the way, Tomboy. If it wasn't for her, it wouldn't have been nowhere near as good, in my opinion. She really stood up for us this morning. I'm really grateful for that as well. Very much so. We got 36 people in here with 19 likes. We're getting there, guys. Let's try to give it just a few more minutes before we get rolling. I'm excited to have this conversation because this kind of proves a lot of the things that I was thinking. What'd you do, Walt? You painted your basement. Good for you, brother. Don't be standing down there inhaling all them fumes, bro. I don't want you going nuts in here. Let's see here. Yeah, this isn't going to be a super long show. I'm trying to break these shows down to just a few hours. The one this morning was a little longer because we added extra couple guests. So I'm going to try to keep them shorter than what we normally would run. Just because you guys don't need to be in here 4 and 5 hours. So 4 hours max, I think, is good for a show. So shame on you, bro. Hit that like button, guys. Please, please, please. And please share this out if you will. But like I said, for those of you that have been here for a while, you remember when I covered the Flora 4, very sad story where the 4 girls lost their lives in a house fire. And then, of course, we all know the DELPHI story. And I've always said, because DELPHI and Flora are this close together. No lie. In fact, the DELPHI Fire Department responded first to the Flora fire before Flora did. That's strange, but it is what it is. Nobody nothing. 1717. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me. So, with that being said, I always wondered, because of the way things went down and because of some of the things that we saw going on in DELPHI, is there a possibility that these two have some link somewhere, some common ground? I've always thought so. Welcome, 7 stars. Good to see you. Southern Gal, True Crime in the house again. Great to see you as well. Welcome, Jeffrey. Good to have you here, brother. What was the other case they linked to DELPHI? I think you might be thinking the same thing. Welcome, Matahari. Good to have you here. I'm so sorry about your head, dear. You take your time, do whatever you got to do to get feeling better. No worries. Again, great to see you, Jeffrey. Dawn, welcome back to you as well. 7 stars. Good to see you as well. Mark and Betty. Let's see. I think I got everybody. 39 amazing peeps in here with 28 likes, guys. We are getting there. You guys rock and roll. Appreciate you so very much. So like I said, I had some things. I was going to talk a little bit about Delphi this evening for this show, but after reading through that stuff, I figured this would be the best topic for this. The older couple. So, oh, okay, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about. Absolutely 7 stars. I know who you're talking about now. I can't remember the name. Lord, that's going to drive me nuts now. Either way, this is it's too ironic to not have. I believe in coincidence, but not in the true crime realm. There's too many coincidences that just, yeah, I don't, you'll see. And some of the names that we're going to look at in here were brought up more than once in Delphi, and I do truly believe that those people should have been looked into more than Richard Allen in the Delphi case. They weren't. So at this point, all we can do is look at it, talk about it, and maybe someday somebody will actually see it for what it is, and who knows? Yeah, Mike, you guys are gonna see. Truly, you're gonna see. You're welcome to join me up here, Mikey, if you would like to, if you're available. Um, you've been looking at this for a while now and digging on this stuff, so you're more than welcome to jump up here, brother, and discuss this right along with us. Nobody Nothing 1717 says the Delphi sheriff was just caught on the stand fabricating and lying on January 3rd of 25. How about that? Surprise, surprise, surprise. I'm sure that's surprising, right? Not really. Just saying. Anything that happens in either one of those towns with the government side of things, I'm not surprised with you guys. I'm really not. Not even close. Just saying. All right, let me see here. Okay, I'm at my brother's this week working off the link. No problem, bud. No problem. No worries at all. You can tap and chat, so it's fine. Man with no arms. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Bill and Peggy Stevenson. Yeah, I remember Tomboy. I couldn't think. Thank you for remember the name. I just couldn't think of it right now. Yeah, there's very rare coincidences in true crime, especially like this. You guys, you're gonna see a couple of these facts are like that's pretty much all I needed to hear. I'll just tell you right there. I can just see SRB right now typing in the chat going, "Oh, I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen." Because I think you guys, SRB, you were here when we covered Flora, weren't you? Welcome, Stephen. Good to see you, Miss Taylor. Oh, I said hello, but hello again. I thought so. Yeah, you're gonna do that whole. Oh, I see it now. A lot of you guys are because I know Tomboy was here. You were here. Miss Sherry was here. Mama Bear, of course. Brandy was here. Hey, Midwest. Good to see you today, dear. Um. Oh yeah. We covered the dash cam when we went over that story. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. Um. That case just killed me. It truly did. We also have information on the Delphi case itself. A juror has spoken out, and they've talked about some things within the case that bothered them. So, there's a few different things we can talk about with this, but this thing is the main thing I really want to cover. It's probably the most important, in my opinion. So, just saying. Let's see here. All right. Jeff said, do I understand right that the bridge guy we see is part of just one video that also includes the same bridge guy saying down the hill off camera, all in the clothing RA said that he was wearing? I don't even know what to believe with that video, to be honest with you, Jeff, because where's the rest of it? They never showed us the whole video. I don't understand why at this point. So just saying. The Richard Allen was considered to be the bridge guy. Yes. I still think that video and the audio are two different things. Possibly. That's just my opinion. I think if Richard Allen was guilty, there was somebody else with him. That's my opinion. And like I said, there's a lot of people that disagree with me, and that's okay. I respect that fully. Absolutely. I did hear that, Stephen. They released one of the girls that was involved in the Slender Man murder, attempted murder. I think the one was released from the institution she was in at that point. I don't know what the deal is with the other one, but Sleuth Reloaded, welcome. The way I look at the Flora case, I don't think it was no way near was investigated, and it was handled completely wrong. The fire department handled it in ways that you don't handle a fire. I watched that on the dash cam. I was completely blown away. And I still don't understand why Flora didn't respond before DELPHI. They were right there. They could have. There was people that stayed on station. It made no sense, but okay. Let's see. Welcome back. Need some Z's. Good to see you today. That video was highly edited. It's obvious that it was because you can tell where the clips and everything are at. State witnesses use the word interpolated. In my opinion, it had to be two videos if it's even real. I don't know what to believe, but what I know is that there is no way someone as far away as the bridge guy was that they would be heard on a video. That's a good point, Z's. It really is not that clear. It sounds like whoever said that was right up on the microphone. I've always thought that. So good point. Mikey said, don't quote me on this, but pretty sure FBI pinned the Hill boys to someone else other than Richard Allen. I've heard that too, Mike, and I saw an article on that from the FBI. And I'm telling you, it sounds like it's they don't match to me. They don't think they're together. That's a very good point, sir. No, I don't believe they did. Not the girls' voices, Jeff. That's all. That whole thing was pieced together. That audio and video and everything was all pieced together, in my opinion. I have the names of all that 7 stars. It's not at my disposal right this moment, but I will get it. Oh, I'm sure it probably did, Sleuth. Truly, I'm sure it did. Very sad situation. 44 peeps in the house, 33 likes. You guys rock and roll. Appreciate you very much. Miss Jenna's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. No, they did not, Jeff, which is what I don't understand. We're in court. He's been, convicted. They've done this, done that. Why did we not see that whole video? Hope you had a great weekend, Jana. It's wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. We missed you in the morning show. Sure did. Sure did. Yeah, they sound like they're right next to that. And if you look at the video, how That just doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying, that's all. I just don't get the whole thing. Oh, no worries, Janet. No worries at all. It was a great show. I wish you could have been there. We started our series in the morning show called Coffee and a Cold Case, and we pulled out a really good one. It was the, oh, Lord. There was actually a compilation of two different separate cases that I believe are linked together. Patricia Otto, her missing case, and the Finley, Oregon, Jane Doe that they found. Josh Ayers. That's right. Thank you, Tomboy. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know, sir. Where do you see this info, Jeff? If you're here, watch this. You're gonna see some things that are gonna be interesting to you. And there's no coincidence. I'm just saying. No worries, Moonlight. No worries at all. All right, y'all. Let's get this up and rolling here. I'm going to show you something here, a couple little things, and we'll get into the meat and potatoes of what we're doing. Let's see. Been 8 years. It's been 8 years since the poor girls lost their lives. I'm going to cover that first, and just for those of you that aren't familiar, and this again was something that happened right next, like literally this close to Delphi, guys. Like I said, Delphi was the first responding fire department that showed up on this. So we're going to start off with this to give you guys, for those of you that aren't familiar with the Flora case, some information on it, background, and for those of you that are, just a little bit of an update. So here we go.
Today marks 8 years since 4 young girls died in a house fire in Flora.
Investigators ruled that someone intentionally set the fire at their home in Carroll County. But now, nearly a decade later, no arrests in the case.
Tonight at 6, our Samantha Johnson is in Flora, breaking down where this case stands right now.
I love rural Indiana. I just love rural Indiana.
In the heart of Carroll County, at the corner of Columbia and Division, sits an empty lot.
For the Flora community, I'm glad the house is gone. But I felt personally responsible when it was gone too.
Here we are with this guy again. For those of you that know Delphi, you know who this is, unfortunately. I think he did worse in the Flora case than he did in Delphi, in my opinion, too. As far as bringing justice to it, there wasn't any.
Too.
How so?
I hope that this would have been over by now.
November 21st, 2016. Investigators say someone set this house on fire, killing all 4 young sisters inside. Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carrie-Elle McDonald, and Keone Welch. The girl's mother, Gaylyn Rose, was also hurt.
To Gaylyn, I can't imagine the pain she's feeling. I just can't even begin to fathom it.
Fire investigators ruled it an arson after they say they found accelerants inside the home. Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter saying,
Gaylyn's not a suspect in this case.
And for her family, it's been 8 years with no arrests.
Investigative steps continue to occur, even up till recently.
They were such sweet little girls. They enjoyed life, you know.
Kathy Clendenning is a family friend. Each year, she helps keep the girls' memories alive after their family moved away years ago.
A lot of people say, well, where's Gaylyn? Why isn't she fighting? Well, for Gaylyn, she is fighting.
For years now, the family has argued.
Kathy is the lady that I interviewed on my channel when we covered Flora. She's a very, very involved and very sweet lady. And she's really done a lot for this case here. It was such an honor to have her here and to speak with her that night. She really put it out there and gave us a lot of information to go with on this case. And it just still blows my mind. It really does.
Argued the lack of progress in the case is due to discrimination from investigators, a black family in a predominantly white small town.
And that's another part of this too. There was, I think at the time I ran the numbers, I can't give you exact to the point, but I believe there was like 6,400 people living in Flora. Out of 6,400, there were like 64 African American people there. It's a very predominantly white town, and they weren't very friendly with people of color. I'm just saying. Something else I had a lot of issues with. Okay. And there's more. There's so much more to it.
I trade spaces with them. Color of their skin does not matter to me.
Right now, there is still a reward up to $5,000 for information leading to an arrest in this case. The flyer reads, "Somebody knows." The four sisters are buried at Crown Hill Cemetery, side by side. Flora's four angels, as they're known, now the symbol of this quiet town in waiting.
So as I get ready to move on and retire, it's one of those things that I will have real regrets about. But I still believe we'll be successful one day.
In Carroll County, Samantha Johnson, 13 News.
And the superintendent emphasized that this is not considered a cold case, that this tip line is still open. If you have anything or any information that you think could help solve the case, head to our website at WTHR.com and we will link you from there.
Welcome, Tracy. Good to see you again. Very much so, Tomboy. I have to agree with you. Very much so. Interesting. Thank you, nobody. We will have to look into that for sure. Yeah, there's something not right about him at all, you guys, and it is what it is. So, and then we all know, of course, what happened in Delphi. I got a couple other clips here I want to show you guys here. One second. Now, this was 6 years after it had happened. And they look into, you may see some of the same things, but there's some other stuff in here too I wanted to show.
November 21st marks 6 years since a house fire killed four sisters in Flora, Indiana. The girls were between the ages of 5 and 11. They were trapped in the fire. A lengthy investigation eventually determined the fire was arson. No one has ever been arrested. 13 News has followed this investigation from the very beginning, and we've talked with family members who are upset at the lack of answers.
It's one of the worst things that ever happened in Carroll County. It might be the worst.
It's been 6 months since 4 little girls died in a house fire in Flora. Now, Indiana State Police say it has identified persons of interest.
I believe that somebody knows who was in that house that morning on November the 21st. And I hope they have the courage to talk about that experience and why. Because we have lots of questions.
Kiana, Kiara, Cariel, and Connie all died in the rental home where they lived on East Columbia Street. Their converted apartment went up in flames. There were no batteries in the smoke detectors upstairs where the girls slept. Their mother, Galen Rose, says she awoke to thick, suffocating smoke. She ran outside screaming for help. 2 officers narrowly escaped with their lives trying to save the girls.
We're taking each one of those rooms and looking at those independently, taking a look at all possible causes.
At first, the Indiana State Fire Marshal's investigators thought wiring behind the refrigerator started the fire. Then in January, a stunning announcement made through a hastily sent press release.
I'm going to tell you right now, because I walked through the house virtually with everybody, you can see where the accelerant was dumped out in the burn pattern. You can see the burn patterns where the accelerant was dumped. I've seen it 1,000 times. There's little trails of where like gas or something was laid out that was lit on fire to burn this place as fast as it did too. So
On a Saturday afternoon,
The house fire that killed 4 young sisters was intentionally set.
Indiana Department of Homeland Security arson investigator Dennis Randall said there were accelerants found throughout the home. It was alarming news.
I'm angry. They took 4 lives from me.
But unlike the killings of 2 teens just a few miles away in Delphi, there was no press conference, no unified stance with state and federal investigators vowing to track down the culprit, and no notification of the arson announcement to the Carroll County prosecutor or key investigators.
I want publicity about this case because I want it to be solved.
Was ISP aware that that release was going out on Saturday?
We were not.
The fallout behind the scenes was immediate. Superintendent Carter says the release was premature because ATF had yet to get evidence back from the lab.
There has been conversation about what happens has got to be shared with the ISP and with the detectives assigned to this.
But 13 Investigates has learned that hasn't happened. An independent arson investigator working the case sent a scathing email to the Department of Homeland Security and Fire Marshal Jim Greason about the DHS investigation. A copy of the email also came to 13 Investigates. The Michigan investigator writes, the press release by the state fire marshal about the conclusions of their investigation are not correct and completely based on speculation and not evidence. We showed the letters to both the prosecutor and the superintendent.
I don't know about this, but I'll find out about this.
I've never seen this letter before.
Prosecutor Ives admits there's been little contact with the state fire marshal's office.
State Fire Marshal considers, I believe, part of its task to look into the criminal aspect of a case. But as far as I'm concerned, the lead investigative agency for this case is the Indiana State Police.
The state fire marshal refused to sit down to talk about the Flora case. All of this as state police ask for witnesses to come forward on behalf of 4 little girls.
We need people to be talking to people and people to be listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately.
My only concern about this case is that it's properly investigated.
A new investigator was recently assigned to take over the Flora fire investigation. Detective Greg Edwards, who was on the case for the first 6 months, transferred to another ISP position. Now, both ISP and DHS are still questioning witnesses and individuals who might have helpful information. Family members we spoke with say they are still very concerned about how this case is progressing and want to see a stronger presence when it.
I want to ask everybody a question. If you had a building that was on fire, well, first off, what does every fire need to get bigger and to burn hotter and faster besides an accelerant? What is the most important thing that a fire needs? That would be oxygen. So if you come upon a house that's all closed up, thank you, Tracy and Mark and Betty and Moonlit, you guys are, and Mikey, of course. Okay. And all you guys know what it is. So you walk up upon a house that's clearly on fire. There's yelling and screaming from the inside. And you start throwing rocks through the windows. What does that do? That introduces air and oxygen to the fire, which makes it burn faster, hotter, and more and quicker. Okay. You don't do something like that. But that's what happened with this fire. It was horrendous. Okay. And somebody else in here just showed it. Where did it go? Thank you all for that answer. Dr. Wagner's house, literally across the street, it burnt another strange fire and killed his wife and kids. That's the parking lot that Doug sits in and looks at Flora. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, nobody, nothing. Absolutely correct. There's the mama bear. Wow, she's joining us twice today. That's awesome. Hello, mama bear.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Waiting on groceries so I can eat.
Gotcha. So you remember Flora when we covered that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Can't forget that one.
Right. And I had said, you remember I said with Delphi that I felt like there gotta be there's some links here that are just not being seen. You know what I mean? Between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where do you see this? This is crazy to me.
Hi, everybody.
It's just nuts. Plus the Flora Fire Department literally was 0.17 miles from the house. A police officer on the dash cam. I'll show you that here in a minute if I can still find it. I can't remember where I logged that in at, but gets in the car, pulls up to the scene, gets out of the car, realizes that there's kids and people in the house, jumps back in his car, turns around and drives down around the corner and pulls into the fire station and starts yelling, "We got to go now. You got to get in here. You got to go. There's people in the house." Goes back out, gets back in his car, and drives back up there and goes in the house to try to save people. There were 3 or 4 people on station at Flora. Enough people that they could have pulled a truck and pulled more firefighters in, whatever. DELPHI gets toned out. They're the next county or the next city over. They showed up before Flora. The person that owned the house was a very important person in the community. There's a lot behind this that I don't really have time to go through tonight on all of this, guys. Okay, but there's a lot that doesn't make any sense whatsoever as to how and why these things happened to these 4 little girls. There was definitely somebody in the house. That person was seen going in and out of the house, if I remember right. Somebody saw somebody there. And like I said, we did a whole virtual walk through the house. You could see the accelerant that was dumped all over the inside of the house. It's disgusting, just disgusting. So once we got through this story, it still bites me. It's bad. Okay. Yeah, the owners of this, there was more than one time that places had burnt too. So there's that. It wasn't a few blocks. It was a block away, Matahari, 0.17 miles away. You could run there and back faster than a vehicle could. No lie.
You didn't know your brother was fucked before he left?
I don't remember that, Michelle, but I know that, like I said, Flora and Mama Bear lives in Indiana. She knows these areas per se and has heard about some of them. You know, when we looked it up, there were, like I said, out of maybe, I think the numbers, I can't remember, I might be off, but I know it was in the same range. Out of 6,400 people that live in Flora, 64 of them are African American. And they weren't very well liked from the stories that I've heard from people that live there. Okay, I'll put it that way. So that's horrible to me. It's 2024, or it was 2016 then. Still, get over it, grow up. But these areas in within Delphi, Flora, there's a few other towns that I've looked into too. They still have these weird outlook on things. I'll just leave it that way, okay? And I don't like it. So let me finish this for you guys and you'll learn a little bit more.
It comes to solving the case that claimed the lives of 4 little girls.
1 year fades to 2, but not the memory of 4 little girls.
We got 4 spaces at our Thanksgiving table that'll never be filled.
A single ribbon outside this burnt, boarded up rental home in Flora, a reminder of where they lived and died in a fire investigators say was intentionally set. Family members say for far too long, Galen Rose, the mother of Kiana, Kiera, Cariel, and Kiani, has been the focus.
She lived for those girls, and no way in this world would she do anything to hurt them.
Now the mother herself, who was questioned about the fire, says her landlord's negligence is to blame for the death of her girls.
In a federal lawsuit filed in the Northern District of Indiana, Galen Rose and her attorney say Councilman Joshua Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings violated Indiana law and failed to provide a safe and habitable property, was careless and negligent in their maintenance, and breached the statutory duty of installing, replacing, and repairing smoke detectors at each level.
The smoke detector was right by their door, right up the stairs, right there. It was.
Molly, if you have the dash cam video, the full dash cam video we used, I haven't looked for it, but if you have it, oh, it's okay, Mama Bear. You can send that this way if you still have that. If not, I'll go pull it. But still.
One there. Nothing on it. There was one in the kitchen.
The lawsuit says as a result of the failure to equip the property with any functioning smoke detectors, Rose's 4 minor children died from smoke inhalation.
Those smoke detectors would have gotten them up. They would have took off because I know them. They would have.
And that's the thing, is that Galen was woke up due to the smoke had finally reached her, and she woke up and bolted, trying to get help to get the girls out because they were all, there's a large house. So anyway, the smoke detectors are loud, folks. They're just loud. If they'd have had the batteries in them like they were supposed to, and they'd have been maintained like they're supposed to be by this idiot Ayers, and there's a lot more to him than you guys think too. He wasn't just a landlord. There was a lot more to him, a lot more. The girls would have heard those loud noises. They'd have woke up, and even Galen would probably have woke up way sooner. As soon as that smoke would have started to flow, boom, they would have all got out. They'd have still been here with us, but that's something else all in itself. Just saying.
To come flying down the stairs because there's a noise.
Rose also claims she reported malfunctioning electrical outlets in the kitchen and problems with a Whirlpool range more than 2 weeks before the fire. According to the lawsuit, Ayers and/or Helderman acted with gross negligence. The landlords reportedly attempted to repair the outlets and a leaking kitchen ceiling, but were unsuccessful.
They didn't fix anything. If I remember right, the refrigerator wasn't working, nor was the stove. There was a leak in the kitchen. There was a lot of things that were not even touched. Nothing. Okay, nothing. These two did nothing to their properties, and they blamed it on the other one. Each one blamed it on the other one. It's ridiculous. So.
In addition, there's a product liability claim against Whirlpool, the manufacturer of a Sears Kenmore range taken from the home's kitchen. Rose and her attorney say the range was defective and dangerous, and the deaths of her girls would not have occurred.
That's a great question, Moonlit. Why wasn't the landlord charged with negligent homicide? Why wasn't the landlord charged with multiple things? Let me ask that question. Well, when you're an important person within the government of a community, things like that can happen. That's all I'm saying. It's all about who you know, not who you are, sadly.
Occurred without Whirlpool and/or Sears. Jacqueline Partlow says her nieces deserve answers.
We love our family, and we just want to know what happened to them.
I don't want my babies to get lost. I want my babies to get justice.
Thousands of miles away from Flora and the home where her 4 little girls died, Galen Rose is breaking a long silence.
Because I miss my girls a lot. It's just been a little hard for me, but I just be trying to stay strong. I feel like I've been left in the dark.
She's talking by phone about her girls and what her family sees as a disparity in effort to get answers about the murders of 2 Delphi girls and the fire in November 2016 that killed her 4 girls. Investigators say the fire was arson. If someone said it, who?
There were 4 babies that nobody's going after to find out what happened.
Leslie Anderson is visiting Indiana. She's Galen's aunt and lives in California, where Galen and her father also now reside.
Nobody cares. Not in Carroll County, not in the state of Indiana. I'm appalled that the state of Indiana has not done more.
Hard words from a family who claims state police investigators are less responsive to the plight of their girls than the murders of the Delphi girls. Anderson says she saw the Delphi case on national news just weeks ago after state police put out a new sketch.
This investigation is national.
It wasn't the first time. 10 months after the Delphi case, the state police superintendent was on national TV talking about Abby and Libby. The widespread attention brought in more than 26,000 tips. But what about Kiana, Kiera, Cariel, and Kiani? Galen's father says there are no updates, privately or publicly. The family says state police simply showed up on the 2-year anniversary of the fire.
It's a hard pill to swallow. You got 4 dead girls. You got 4 babies. How would the other family feel?
Citing the drastic sketch changes in the Delphi case, Galen says she worries about the fire investigation too.
Are they even looking in the right direction? That even questions. How can you mistake somebody for 2 years? I kind of question, like, are they doing their job right?
These 4 little African American girls are just a tragedy. that happened. And if we just shut up, they'll shut up. And then it'll go away. And that'll be the end of that. We're not going to go away.
A message Galen echoes from thousands of miles away.
We still gonna fight the fight no matter what. I just want more answers. I want my babies in the spotlight. I want my babies out there. I want everybody to know we fighting to try to figure out what happened.
The family of Galen Rose is working on a meeting with Indiana State Police investigators. We have also reached out to see what, if any, additional steps will be taken to help prompt more tips in this case.
The windows and doors are boarded up, but otherwise the house on East Columbia Street sits largely untouched after the deadly fire in the early morning of November 21st, 2016. Kiana Davis, Kiera Phillips, Carrielle McDonald, and Kiani Welch, ages 5 to 11, died. A lengthy investigation eventually determined the fire was intentionally set. No one has ever been arrested.
I'm frustrated all the time. I'm disappointed. It's just taking too long to figure out what happened, how it happened.
The girl's mother left Flora and moved to California to be with family shortly after the fire. She felt like she had to get away from the place that took away all of her children.
There was no type of beef, no retaliation against me and my family. No one disliked us like that. We didn't have no beef. Everyone loved us just as well we loved them. So once again, I'm lost. To be honest, I feel like it was more racial.
They didn't deserve this.
Joyce Simpson helped organize a cookbook and other fundraisers for Flora's 4 Angels that have raised about $18,000. She drives by the house almost every day.
I wish they would just tear it down and go on. You know, don't forget the family.
State police have no updates on the case, but the investigation is still open with a reward.
Whoever is out there knowing, come out and say anything. Come say something. Those were my babies. Those were my children.
Stuffed animals and other items from the memorial in front of the house still sit in crates on the porch. 4 sisters not forgotten in Flora.
We lost some people that are very special to us. And I can't imagine how she feels.
That's something else that happened that I've never understood in my life. I never will understand. When this happened, when they finally removed the girls from the house, they took them to the fire station because at some point Flora did finally respond. They laid them on the floor at the fire station, and they were filmed. They filmed them with a camera, and then they fought. This is all true, and to steal the 911 calls and steal them for a long time. That's absolute truth. It's a mess, folks. It's an absolute mess. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Because she has no one. But she has us.
It's been 5 years since Kiana Davis, Kiera Phillips, Carrielle McDonald, and Kiani Welch were killed in a tragic house fire in Flora. Today, family and friends gathered here at Crown Hill Cemetery to remember the sisters and the memories they shared. Their mother, Galen Rose, moved out of state. She joined by FaceTime.
They were loving, they were caring, they were everything to us.
Their aunt, Jacqueline Partlow, says the family relies on their faith in God to keep them moving forward.
We're doing the best we can. We have to take it day by day like she does. We don't understand none of it. And for her to lose all of her children, it's tough.
We still have hope today.
An investigation determined the house fire was set intentionally. 5 years later, and still no arrest. As another year passes with no answers, everyone here continues to say the same prayer.
Even though they left too soon, that justice will prevail, that answers will come, and that they will not die in vain. But out of this tragedy, we'll get triumph.
We just hope and pray that somebody will come forward and say something. Somebody knows.
Until that day comes, they're going to keep praying for justice.
Let us leave this place and never forget who they were in our lives. From this moment, even forevermore. It is in Jesus' name we pray this prayer.
Indiana State Police tell us they could provide no update on the case, But this investigation is still open with a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. So if you have any information about this case, the arson hotline number is 1-800-382-4628.
One of the most horrible things I've ever seen, and it just ever covered, truly. Mama Bear was here for this then. I was completely, you guys have seen me upset over cases, but you can ask her, truly. I was completely floored over this. Being a firefighter, watching the dash cam, which I do believe we're going to watch here next. And there's definitely a trigger warning for that, okay, because of certain things you see in here. The practices that happened throughout this fire, you don't do. It's just general knowledge as a firefighter. Even if you go, even as a volunteer firefighter, you know not to do certain things. And there's certain things that should be done. Okay. The first time I watched the dash cam video, I just sat there and went, I stared literally, and my jaw was on the floor. I couldn't believe what I saw and heard, the way things happened, the things that didn't happen.
I think we both did.
Yeah. You were floored too. 100%. We both were just kind of like, what is going on? It was unbelievable. And thank God for my experience, because I think that's what Mikey's talking about. We both did it again. I broke it down piece by piece by piece by piece and explained the way everything was what was going on, where it was, why it shouldn't have been that way, what it should have been. We went in and did a virtual tour of the house, and I showed where all the burn marks were. I showed where the whatever was used to, the accelerant was poured out, the burn markings on the countertops, the ceiling, every bit of it. I showed it all. Okay. And I showed exactly, first off, why this was an arson. Second off, and like I said, you can hear, I do believe, if I remember, because it's been 2 years now on this since the last time I went in, but you could actually hear the windows being broken. And as the windows are being broken, that fire's growing double, triple, quadruple the size that it was. Those girls still had a chance to get out. If they would have went in that house, they could have pulled them out of there. With somebody standing there throwing rocks through the windows, it's adding nothing but oxygen to this fire, which blew up in uncontainably. Okay, it was fully involved. You can see in part of the dash cam where they're standing on the porch, ready to make entry into the house, and they're just standing there. What are you doing? You don't do that. You make entry immediately. You pull hoses, you go in, or you spray from the outside and then you go in. Either way, none of this was done. None of it. It makes me so mad still to this day when I talk about it. So bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. So that being said, there's, interestingly enough, some links of some people involved in the DELPHI situation that just so happen to show up very, very close to this address here in Flora, folks. That's all I'm going to tell you until you see it. There's the man, Dan. Good to see you, brother. Great to have you here. Oh, yeah. They threw that accelerant up on purpose. That wrote the whole story. 100%, bro. You are absolutely right. It is absolutely frustrating, Dan. It's something... It erupted something inside me seeing this that I have no way to explain to you guys. All I can tell you is I blew up over this. I really did. And I still feel the same exact way. And here we are in 2025. Nobody's ever going to be arrested over this, folks. I'm going to tell you that right now because of who's involved. That's all that there is to it, period. So, all right. That's this link here, Mama Bear. This is the dash cam video, I believe. Is that what it was? The first one? Or is this? Oh, no. This is the...
Say, boy, it's been a minute. I'm not sure.
No. This is the link that shows the census. The one you gave me that shows the... Oh, shit. Where's it at? Oh my God, I can't think. Every time I talk about this, I go
ethnicity of the town.
right. Thank you. Trying to show. Okay. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. I think it's actually worse than it was. Or worse than I thought it was. I was just trying to remember because it had been a while. Okay, so.
And that's current, I believe. So.
Is this current? Okay.
It may.
So I only need to show one thing on here. So race and ethnicity, right? 86% white, 6% black. Wow. But okay. I've lived in towns that's like that, but still. Now, we all know that there was an actual number that they had, but it's not on here, and that's okay. I just wanted you to see the percentages. That's bad. That's really bad, you guys. Okay. So we know that some of it's all right, Mike. We're in the same boat. Doesn't matter. So part of the conversation about DELPHI, some of the history, the back talk on it, whatever you want to call it, was that the group that may have been involved with the Odinistic stuff, so on and so forth, was they were a white supremacist group. There were other white supremacist groups that were known around Flora and Delphi. Mama Bear, can you tell me anything about stuff like that in Indiana? Anything that you know of, being a resident of the state, about white supremacist groups?
Oh Lord, they're good and strong in certain areas.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's not a falsity. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know about the Odinism, but I do know that the KKK is very strong and still going. It's ever been. So.
And this is 2025, you guys. Like, real what? Yeah, that's to say the least, like Mike said.
Yeah.
So
Let's
they
try to
weren't.
put it nicely.
No, it's fine. It's fine. They're not welcome. Okay, if you're not part of this community, and I mean, you know what I mean, as part of this community, they don't care for you and they don't want you there. So that all being said, I just wanted to give you a quick up. I could go on for a couple days about Flora and some things that I know. We're gonna look at. I just wanted to give you a quick background for those of you. You guys all know Delphi and what went down, so on and so forth. Yes, there's actually that too. The Masons link, 100%. Again, the owner of the house, both the owners, to be honest with you, were very important people within the community. Just remember that part, okay? Oh wow, okay, here we go. Wow, these are the same pictures, Molly. Damn. And you do have it, don't you? I'll be damned. Good job, girl. She does have everything, Bear. Everything.
Oh, I'm sure. This one, yeah.
She's very good. Yeah, she was pretty hardcore with this too.
Yeah.
She was right on there with us. So this is I don't know if this is the full dash cam, but this is part of the dash cam. Okay, I'm going to show you guys something. At the very least, it's part of it. This is the sheriff deputy, I believe, that showed up at the house, realized what was going on, got back in his car, and took out back to, you'll see here, but it's been a minute, so bear with me. I want to see how much of this there is. Can you hear that, Bear?
A little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So this is him driving from the house to the fire station. Okay. And it's not far. It's literally, I could run faster than he drove, to be honest with you. And I can't run. So there's that. So that's where he's at. He pulls into the fire station here in a minute and he runs inside. This is the police officer. One of the police officers that went in to try to save the girls. Okay. So everybody. Now, everybody saw those fire engines in there. The rescue truck and the fire truck are both in there when he pulls in. Look, see that engine? And there's the engine and the rescuer both sitting in there. There's people inside the station, mind you. Just remember that, okay? So the trucks aren't out. There's people there. The tones were dropped. Nobody moved. Good. This has it. You can hear it. They have it on here. Good. That's awesome. Before we had to listen, but they show what he's saying to the guys in the fire station.
Leave the roll, dude. There's people inside. I know, dude. I don't do anything like that, dude. Here. I know. My car's out here. Can you rule those?
If I remember right, he grabbed a mask from inside there. He's going in the house, folks. That's his whole point. I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong, Bear? Didn't he grab like an O2 mask or a SCBA mask or something like that?
I think so, yeah.
I think he did. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That corner drive literally took, I think we counted the first time we covered this, and I counted to 6. Was it 6 or 7? Maybe I counted to something like that. It was nothing. 7 seconds, I think, something like that, roughly. Now he's heading back to the house now. Sorry, and you heard him say, the guy inside said, "Oh, I don't do nothing. I'm here. I'm just here." And the cop said, "I know." Where's everybody at, guys? Where's everybody at? Hold on. I think I'll play that part back so you can see it if you didn't, and then we'll go ahead and I'll leave it run.
Leave the roll, dude. There's people inside. I know, dude. I don't do anything like that, dude. Here. I know.
Welcome, Paige.
My car's out here. Can you rule those?
Can you roll those? He's talking about both those vehicles sitting there that aren't moving. The guy at the station knew about the call. The tones dropped. They alert the station. The guy's standing there. I think there was 2 people in there. They know about it. Nobody's coming. Again, Delphi's one town over, and they showed up first. 6 seconds away from the house the station is. Just so you know. God, this pissed. Okay, I need the other. I gotta find the other video that was the full dash cam video. And it, guys, you have no clue. Hold on a minute. Give me a second.
Here, let me see. I'm gonna send you one
Okay.
that I just sent Molly to see. It was the same as hers.
That's fine. That's fine. I want you guys to see that for a reason. Because when
that one's
the
same or not.
When the deputy shows up, he parks the car in a parking lot adjacent from the house, and the camera's facing the house. You see clearly everything, okay?
So this one might be different then.
Shoot. This is the. Did you just pull this because this is a CBS station?
Oh shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. All right.
Give me a second. Go ahead and keep doing what you're doing. Let me look too. Hold on. 1 second.
Damn CBS.
Mm-hmm. That's my thought. Wait, I might have it on Fox.
Okay.
All right. I don't know if this is it, but we'll try it. Let's see here. This is important for you guys to see, to understand the seriousness of this bullshit. And then I'm going to get to the part that involves Delphi. So if you're here for that, don't go nowhere.
For the first time, you're about to see law enforcement video of the Flora arson fire.
More than 6 years ago, the fire claimed the lives of 4 young girls. They were sisters, ages 5 to 11. Their names were Kiani Welsh, Carrie McDonald, Kiara Phillips, and Kiana Davis.
The video that you're about to
Feel free to step out if needed.
see will be difficult for some people to watch, but it does provide the clearest picture so far of the valiant but unsuccessful efforts to try and rescue those girls that night.
Chief Investigator Steve Brown has our exclusive story.
This story centers on Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Drew Yoder. He suffered serious injuries attempting to reach the 4 girls killed in the Flora fire. We have only ever heard from the deputy once.
Drew is the officer that we saw in the first part of the video where he runs in front of the car and goes inside and says what he says. That's his name. Oh, did you, Molly? Okay, hold on. Let me try that one then instead. Thank you, Molly. Like I said, I knew Molly had everything on this because she was like right on this with us too. All right, let's try this one instead. That way you don't have to hear anybody talking through it, you guys. Thank you, Molly. And Mama Bear, thank you both.
You're welcome.
This actually shows you the drive, the full drive. From the house to the fire station and back. Watch this. I want you guys to count how long this takes. Right. Here we go. Okay. Now, this is him responding to the house, okay? Now, you see there's people standing outside. One of the people that's outside that's walking, if I remember correctly, was the fire chief. Am I wrong, Bear? Or wasn't that one of the persons that was out here that night walking? Fire chief or assistant chief, one of the two. That burnt my ass too. Yeah, so this is him actually responding to the house first, okay? Now he's going to jump back in the car and back to the station. That's where I want you guys to count how long it takes him to get there. Watch this.
Where is it? Stay up. They're upstairs? Hot. Yeah. County. Send Cutler Fire as well. Get Cutler Fire in there as well.
Yeah, where are the kids? Upstairs?
Where's the upstairs?
Stay around the corner to the left.
Back it down. County, send medics as well. Josh, you good? Josh, you good? I'm good. You good? I can't tell, man. I can't tell. And then we get. Can we bust the window up?
Yeah! Yeah, help! You go around the corner, please. Let's go. Go around the corner. Keep going.
Do you hear all that glass breaking? The rocks being thrown, the windows? You can hear all of these windows being broken right now. Okay, hang on.
Oh my! County, send tones. Keep sending off tones, please. We still got 4 kids inside. We can't get inside.
No firefighters there yet.
Look at fire.
Now, watch this. No fire department there yet at all. Here's where you count. That's how far he was from the house. I counted to 9. I'm sorry. It was 9 seconds. Do you see how close this is?
Hey, we need to roll, dude. There's people inside. I know, dude. I don't do anything. I know, dude. I know. My car's out here. We need to roll those.
This guy's throwing up from the smoke inhalation that he had. He almost died trying to get these kids out of this house, okay? This is what it does. He's puking, he's hacking, he's coughing. He's still trying to get these kids out. That close.
Hey, they're coming. They're right here, dude. They're right here. They're coming. They have an airpack.
Now, before he left, go to the fire station to tell them to do their fucking job. I counted 9 windows break, like 9 breaking sounds I heard. Imagine all that oxygen that got let into that fire at that point. Okay, now he's been gone for a matter of probably 35 seconds, maybe a minute max. Okay, no, probably about a minute and a half. That doesn't take a fire. I told you guys the other day, it doesn't take but seconds for a fire to turn into something drastic or huge. Okay.
Yeah.
What you hear in the background is the mother screaming because her kids are in the house. I want you guys to watch how long this takes for this fire department to make any kind of entry. To even get there, We see how long this has been so far. And for the fire department to make entry on this is what killed me completely. More windows being broken. I got you, Willie. I understand, brother. Hopefully something good will come from that eventually. I still got you in my prayers and thoughts, bro, always with that. Okay, you see this firefighter up on the porch here. Watch these guys. Watch the time span that this takes for these guys to do anything. I do believe there was a neighbor that lived to the back corner of the house that was yelling too, if I remember. You seen anybody go through that door yet, guys? Pay attention. No, Willie, you're okay, brother. That's just as important as anything else we talk about, bro. You know that. I got your back 100% on that, so don't worry about it at all. It's a house, Virginia. It's a house. I believe I'll show you the inside of the house after the fact. Just a minute here. Yeah, the one cop was inside the house, okay? There were 2 police officers that were there. They did more than the fire department could have even touched. Just saying. Yeah, you're absolutely fine, Willie. Don't worry about it, bro. First firefighter just now made entry, and you see how much time has lapsed, okay? Those alarms are past alarms for the firefighters. That noise you're hearing, they're not fire alarms from the house because they were dead. They didn't work because the landlord's a piece of shit. He could have put an exhaust fan in there for, I don't know. I seen he got down on his hands and knees and he went in first. That's typically how you make entry into a burning home for search and rescue. You can't stand. You don't walk in standing up because the smoke is it's up here. So you got to go in on your hands and knees with a hose or an axe, whatever you're using for SAR on this. That's all it is. But he went in, and I don't know if he went in and could come back out because he couldn't see anything, or if he set something in there. I don't know for a fact because that was never talked about. And it's really kind of a little bit blurry because of the dash cam. That's all you could see. They're still standing on the porch there. Mind you, this is Delphi. This isn't Flora. You hear Flora coming in the background. This is Delphi. Keep thinking about that. That's when the fire finally starts to get put out, when you start seeing the white smoke there. How long did that take? See it? It's finally starting to be extinguished. You see how long that took, though? It didn't take very long, did it? Once they started doing it. I think the response, it was more than 7 minutes. I think Flora showed, or Delphi showed up. I think it was 11 or 12 minutes it took Delphi to get there. And you heard Flora in the background. They finally started to respond. Hey, Ivy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Way too long, Matador. Like I said, when you see the white smoke, that's when you know it's starting to be extinguished. You can see some flaming here. Okay, see that reflection there? It took that long. That could have been handled in a way different way. All those breaking windows is adding oxygen to this fire, which is making it bigger and growing faster, super fast. Okay, if they would not have done that, the fire would have stayed contained to that area with the oxygen that it had sealed inside that house. It didn't need that. That didn't need done. The story I heard was they were trying to ventilate the house. I have nothing for that. That's all I'm gonna tell you. I have my thoughts on this in many different things. Okay, with this whole thing. I've responded to fires that were 4 times further away than this. Made entry in a third of the time that they did this, you guys. This is so uncalled for. I don't care what anybody says. They can say it all day, every day, 7 days a week. This was all done on purpose as far as I'm concerned, and I just will not accept anything other than that. I've seen this personally. I've done this myself. None of this was done the right way. Disgusting to me. I just can't. And I know that was triggering. It was very hard to hear in the background, the yelling and stuff like that. Thank God it wasn't the kids we were hearing. It was just the mother yelling, from my understanding. Okay. So now there's no arrests on this still. All these years later, nobody's been arrested. And there's some deeper pieces of this that are related to who owns this, who's related to who with the fire chief, the assistant fire chief, and people that quit their jobs after this, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of other little details. I'm not going to get into that tonight because we don't have the time. But then we had the DELPHI situation that happened, you guys. And Flora, I'm going to go back and cover Flora all by itself again. It's coming up soon. It's been long enough that it needs to be put out there again. So stick around for that too. But there's no reason, no rhyme, no way that this fire could have gone this many years with not being solved. It was obviously arson. Okay. How? They know somebody set this fire. Now, real quick here, I'm just going to show you a few pictures.
Many people in the community.
1 second here.
Many people in the community look up to Deisinger and see him as a role model. He did what to Deisinger and see him.
Hold on. Oh, this is another little video Molly put in here too. Thank you, Molly.
Many people in the community look up to Deisinger and see him as a role model. He did what to Deisinger and see him as a role model. He did what. Heroic manner. Redmond says many people in the community look up to Deisinger and see him as a role model. He did what. Many people in the community look up to Deisinger and see him as a role.
I think that's just showing you who the chief was at the time. Hold on here. She sent me some other pictures, internal pictures of. Here we go. 1 second. And I'm just going to slide through this real quick. Through these, I should say. And show you guys if it'll let me. There we go. This is I think the dining room. Oh, it's not on I can't scan through it. Okay, hold on. Living room area. You can see that it's burnt all around the windows. Where the darkest burn patterns are is where it burnt first and the most. Okay. Okay, here's the stove. There's certain places you can see. If I can get there. This is the area where you come in from the garage to come in through and into the kitchen and then in the house, which is where they believe the person that did this very possibly came in through. Or no, this is upstairs. I'm sorry. That's the upstairs hallway. That was the bedroom right there. Okay, so here's the stove in the kitchen. I'm sorry. It's been a couple years, like I said. I'm trying to remember. There's one of the electrical outlets that was faulty, by the way, in the house, amongst everything else. Hold on. There was more pictures. I swear there were. I wanted to show you in the back area. This is where that back room was that you come in from and then go out through that door there to go to the garage. Anyway, you can see the accelerant patterns on the floor in there. I swear we looked at these pictures at one point. You could see it on the walls and on the countertops. Okay. But as you see, I believe the fire was started here. Okay. Because of how dark and how burnt everything is. 1 second. Okay, hold on. 1 second here. Again, thank you, Molly, for sending all this stuff over. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad you held on to this stuff too, because I'd have to go dig in, and I have a new computer now, and it's just a big mess. Okay, so this, if you guys can see it, hold on. This is one of the bedrooms. This is going up the stairs. Shoot, is it? Are you seeing this or not? Let me see. Nope. Okay, hold on. Yeah, this was one of the bedrooms here. One moment, guys. I'm having a little bit of technical issue. Okay, this is okay. The kitchen is where I believe the fire was started, truly and honestly, because it's so black in there. The burn patterns are all through there, very, very much. So obviously the fire burned longer and stronger in there. Okay, which is in my opinion, where it started, obviously. I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. Here we go. 1 second. I got to get rid of this first. And this one here. Why is it showing up that way? Come on. It won't show up. Let me try this again. Here we go. Okay, this goes into the kitchen here. There's the faulty electrical outlet as well. You see these markings on the floors here. Okay. Yeah, this could be triggering to some people, but all right, thank you, Molly. And then let's see here. There was another one. This is just not cooperating with me right now. I think this bedroom here was the mother's bedroom. Yeah, it was. And there's still, even here, this whole house was fully involved. Smoke damage everywhere. And you imagine the smoke inhalation, thank God, is what took their lives rather than the other. Okay. I think that's really it. It was horrific, you guys. Absolutely horrific. There's just never going to be justice until they fix this person. Sorry about that, Cassie. I was trying to get the pictures up right. The directions, guys, if you were to look it up, to get from the home to the fire station is literally 1 minute. Right there. Okay. So you guys know, you saw that firsthand. Okay. Now, Okay, let me see. The rest of this isn't going to matter at this point. Oh, yeah, I think it was 9.5 miles from Delphi to the house. I think. Don't get me wrong. Either way, we're going to get to the part about this that really made me want to put this in here tonight. Okay, that's what I want to get to with you guys. So, our justice system needs to fix itself for these days. Oh, 100%, Dan, 100%. Ask why no one have the 911 calls listening. They were sealed. They were sealed. We weren't allowed to listen to those. We weren't allowed to listen to the 911 calls for some reason. I wonder why. That's interesting, isn't it? Are you still here, Mama Bear?
Yes, I am. I stepped away for a little bit to help the kids with the groceries, but I'm back.
Okay. It's okay. So what are your thoughts so far on this and from what you remember? I have to step out here real quick and grab something. I'll be right back. So if you want to enlighten anybody on your side of things,
Okay.
then we're going to get into the other side.
The other side of things. All right. Yes, it is very frustrating. Oh gosh, it's frustrating. It's disappointing. It's sad. I think every emotion, negative emotion, this brings out, and the fact that it hasn't been solved, I think, is BS. In my opinion, I feel wholeheartedly that this was racially motivated. Let's see. What else can I say? Nobody. There's still a reward out because it hasn't been solved yet. Can't remember off the top of my head what the reward is. I know there is one. Yeah, sleuth. Unfortunately, a lot of things in Indiana are racially motivated. Let's see, the state said the county had to release the 911 calls, but the county attorney fought that and said it had to do with the ongoing investigation. Yeah, add off. Nobody's collected a reward yet. Exactly, Mikey. Yep, sleuths, they certainly are. I'll have to look back into that then. Nobody, because there's still a reward out, so it doesn't make sense that they would have collected a reward. It has to have a reward. $5,000 was given to the Flora Fire Department. Right. And Indiana is very hard to get any kind of documentation or anything like that out of. So I'm not surprised that they haven't released the 911 calls. Okay, maybe it was a state reward then that I was thinking of. Like you said, it's been a couple of years. So it's coming back slowly. I'm trying to remember.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance. Money I save, I can get a wax figure. Cool, right?
first one is adaptive clearing. 2D did adaptive clearing. And
yeah, I think we all would like to hear the Summer Wells 911 calls.
Tool and set the
Hey, Tandy, drive safe.
start by making these. You can select the function, and then like orientation is a little tricky. Like this one.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're fine.
I had to help Caden fix something. Sorry about that. Okay. And again,
No worries.
sorry everyone. I didn't mean to have to step away like that.
Okay, do you remember nobody's, or it was either nobody, let's see, let me find it. Ivy said that the Flora Fire Department got a reward.
That they did.
5,000.
Yes,
Okay.
they did.
I didn't remember that, so I
Yeah.
was like, no, because there's still a reward. And they're like, no, they did. And I was like, oh.
No, they received money for something to do with something, but they didn't even hardly do anything with this fire, to be honest. Delphi did most of the work. So the whole situation is absolutely disgusting. Every bit of it. Like every time I watch the dash cam thing, it brings tears to my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, this is just my opinion. There's no facts that I can show you, well, other than what I showed you and what I know and what I did as a firefighter. It looks to me like it was all done on purpose, every bit of it. Okay.
Exactly. Cal. They play by their own rules. It's a good old boys town. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yep. 100%. And this is exactly it right there. These people play by their own rules. It's sick. So what does this have to do with Delphi? I told you guys when I looked into Delphi after we covered Flora, and I just was kind of like, what's going on here? Okay. IB Push H says that it was a private reward with strings attached that it had to be solved in a certain amount of time. Yeah. All right. So
and now you want to output it to a file that the shape.
now I'll pull up another video. We're going to review this video because there's a lot of information within this video that we're going to review. Thank you, Mikey. That really kind of directs you and makes you look at something and look at this and go, what? Especially after what we know about Delphi and knowing this. There's key players within this Flora situation that just kind of floated by the wayside, floated right along like nothing happened. A lot of people got away with a lot of things. I'll put it that way. And it drives me nuts. Okay. And then you'll see, and it's still unsolved. There's the other side to this whole thing that's horrible. It's still unsolved. Okay. They know it's arson. It's obvious. Okay. You can just absolutely see that there was an accelerant laid down on this, period. Here's another photo real quick I can show you. Hold on a minute here. There you go. See all that? I mean, it's clear, clean cut, clear. Boom. There it is. Makes me sick. It really does. Every time I see this, it makes me nuts. The whole thing was absolutely no accident. And I don't even believe truly that it was because of the faulty stuff in the home. I think that helped. But like I said, now we're going to go into this other video from another creator. I don't follow a lot of what this other creator covers, but these things are being talked about are very interesting and factual points. So that's why. Give me a second here. Let me find it again. Sorry, I'm a little hot about this right now. Every time I talk about this or look at this, and again, you can ask Mama Bear. This case just gets me lit up every time I look at it. And her too. We were both pissed the first time we did this. That I can remember. I think Molly was on fire about this. Mikey was pissed off. A lot of us were just lit up over this. I was just beyond, because being a firefighter, I'm watching these things go down, and it's like, wait a minute, what? How? You know what I mean? And it makes you sick, because you know why you became a firefighter. You know what you're doing as a firefighter. You're trying to save people's lives, and then you see this. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that was it for me.
Yeah, Mikey, hot to say the least.
The very least, yes. All right. Hold on here, bub. Where'd that video go, Mike? Where'd you drop that at? Was it in the actual? Hold on a minute. Where'd you send me that at, Mike? That true crime design thing or whatever it was. I can't remember. Is it in the? Where the hell is it? I just had it here.
It's a Discord message to you.
From him personally?
Probably.
I can't find it now. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. This one here. Yeah, this is it right here. Sorry, Mikey. I had it the whole time.
Female.
I'm just discombobulated because I'm freaking out right now. All right, guys. So this is where the DELPHI link comes in. Okay. Now just listen and sorry, bud. Sorry. I need to calm myself down. My ADHD gets all wrapped up and wired, and then I'm already irritated. So anyway, that should be 100% IB. Charges would be felony murder when they're charged, because while in the active setting, yes, absolutely. There should be the person charged with this would go away and never come back from this. In my opinion, should be death penalty. Truly. I don't know. Does Indiana have the death penalty, Mama Bear? I don't remember. No.
Yes, sir.
Or do
yes,
they?
we do. Yeah, we just put one to death not too long ago, last month or so.
That's right. I was thinking of somewhere else. Sorry. Okay. All right. Now this is where we need a lesson again. This is hold on. True crime design put this video out, I do believe. Like I said, I don't typically follow this channel, and I've listened to some things here. This is really interesting to me. The link is here. I would like for you guys to go over, at least check it out. Like the video, of course. And the fact that we're reviewing this tells me the things I heard when he shared this with me, it lit me up. It did. So pay attention, folks, because this is quite interesting. That's right. I remember that, Adolf.
But I don't think anything's bothered me more than what's occurred in Carroll County. This case is unlike any that I've seen in almost a 40-year career. So there are so many different tentacles to this. It's very complex. But I don't think anything's bothered me more than what's occurred in Carroll County, Indiana, in my entire lifetime.
.5 miles apart and 84 days apart that these two things happened in. Remember that. 6 homicide victims in a 3-month period of time.
If I'm teaching a class on the Delphi murders, I am requiring Intro to Flora Fire as a prerequisite. It's imperative to understand what happened 3 months before in a town over before we can lay the foundation for our understanding of what actually happened to Abby and Libby. This video will not be a summary of the complex Flora arson case. I do have a playlist analyzing this case, which I will link in the description if you want to dive deeper. Instead, I will focus on these key factors, which I have identified as possible overlapping motives and colliding circumstances, which contributed to setting the stage for the double homicide. Keep in mind, the Flora fire is just one of 8 tentacles, which I've identified as the key motivating factors in the DELPHI murders case. I will be uploading videos dissecting and providing receipts and analysis for the other tentacles as well. The first topic that must be addressed is racial violence and extremist ideologies. The demographics speak for themselves. According to the 2023 U.S. Census data, Carroll County has a population of 20,525 people, 96% of whom are white, and Black or African Americans make up only 1% of the population. Comparatively, the state of Indiana at large is 83.7% white and 10.4% Black or African American. Despite this jarring statistic, between the years 2016 and 2021, which is a 5-year period, there were 5 people murdered in Flora, Indiana. All of the homicide victims were Black, which is a statistical anomaly that warrants further investigation, in my personal opinion. Moreover, Carroll County and specifically Flora have a rich history of racial tension and persecution, which includes public lynchings.
And by the way, I researched this. This goes all the way back to like 1872. It's been going on the same way for that long, guys. Just so you guys know, it's horrible.
This sentiment of the population at large is no better illustrated, in my opinion, than the way these tragic events were responded to by the public and law enforcement, with the DELPHI case getting significantly more attention, empathy, and donations. I personally see the Flora arson as a modern-day lynching with underlying economic, political, and social implications that motivated the people that did it. These people always cash in on the chaos and devastation. That's part of their MO. But diving deeper into specific DELPHI connections, DELPHI suspect Brad Holder posted this image on Facebook on November 20th, 2016.
And we all remember that name, don't we? Brad Holder. And remember
yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Brad Holder.
And his son, who dated one of the girls.
Yeah, thank you, Mama Bear. As well as Patrick Westfall and a few other names that were brought up during the DELPHI investigation. But, gee, they just don't happen to be washed to the side. Imagine that. Now, follow along, guys. This is quite interesting, as you'll see. And there's a couple things here that blew the top off my head when Mike told me this. Sent this to me, and I started going through this as far as addresses and location. Remember that.
The day before the fire that occurred around 3 a.m. on the 21st.
This picture was posted the day before the Flora fire. We had a blot today here at Yeager Tyerson House. Thanks, Rachel Miller, for coming out. Hail the gods. Hail Odin's children. Hail the tribe of Gungear Path, and hail to all my brothers and sisters online. How about that? Indiana has been a historical stronghold of the KKK. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. I've told Mama Bear for a long time, I wish you didn't live there, but she lives in the decent part of it. I'll put it that way.
Right.
Thank you, brother. I got you too. I appreciate you very much.
In the post, Holder describes attending a blot, which is the Norse word for sacrifice. Yeager Tyerson was Patrick Westfall's alias on Facebook, indicating that it was Westfall's residence where the blot took place.
Once again, Patrick Westfall, another name that we saw in DELPHI, okay? The residence, the sacrifice, as they call this, okay? Wait till you see where this house is.
So where was Patrick Westfall living in November 2016? Well, according to public records, he had addresses in both DELPHI and Flora. The Delphi house at 404 Union Street is a larger duplex with a small yard, while the address in Flora has a bit more space for something like a bonfire pictured here. When looking at the aerial imagery of the Flora address associated with Westfall, an interesting change on the property occurs between 2017 and 2018. The detached garage at this address seems to have disappeared while Westfall was living there. 218 South Division Street is 9 houses down from Galen's rental, which stood on the corner of East Columbia and South Division Street. While I can't definitively
9 houses down on the same road. They were neighbors to the Flora home. He was neighbor to the Flora home, guys. Literally right down the damn street. Just so everybody knows, like they explained, the blot, like Molly says, was an exchange in which they sacrificed to the gods in order to get something back in return. And he's saying here, hail to the gods, hail to Odin, so on and so forth. Beyond interesting, SRB. Beyond interesting.
Identify the location where this photograph was taken, it is a fact that Westfall maintained a residence that was 525 feet away from where Galen was raising her 4 precious daughters, who were absolutely thriving in Flora. In addition to their Norse pagan beliefs and practices, Westfall and Holder are also members of the racist skinhead group called the Vinlanders Social Club, also known as Firm 22, and have publicly endorsed a white supremacist ideology. In Allen's request for Frank's hearing, the defense points to testimony from Brad's former wife, Amber Holder, documented on page 10 of the Odin report, where Amber said that Brad told her that Westfall and his crew were responsible for, quote-unquote, the girls in Delphi and a fire that killed the 4 girls in Flora. Amber said that Brad told her Westfall had friends in several states and they have no problem killing, quote, race traitors, end quote, which Amber explained she believed meant to be white people who, quote unquote, mix with other races.
Very good point, nobody. The one who wanted to take his sacrifices up a notch. The one that Abby had been to his home. Very true. Very good point, nobody. Thank you.
Amber said that Brad told her that Patrick Westfall had killed a lot of people, and it didn't matter if they were, quote, innocent or not, end quote. It's additionally mentioned in the memo that Brad Holder told Amber Holder that, quote, Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race, end quote. Examining this image further, Westfall and Holder are pictured with who appears to be an adult female, as well as 5 children of varying ages. The group is standing around what looks to be a burning tree stump with 4 sawed-off branches and 2 knives sticking out of the stump. What could the 4 branches from the burning tree represent? Perhaps the 4 souls that died in a fire hours later? And what about the 2 knives? I would like to know if these missing branches were similar to, if not the branches that were staged over the victims at the Delphi crime scene. Despite tyrannical judge.
Now I'm going to say right out of the gate, I don't know about any of that, guys. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's what that means. I can't tell you that for a fact. All I'm telling you is it's very ironic to me that this person lived that close, that these statements were made. I've always had issues with this stuff, and there's links to what I had said a long time ago about these 2 cases, guys. That's all I'm saying. It makes it beyond coincidental to me, and I don't believe in certain coincidences in this type of stuff, is all I'm saying.
Judge Gull's orders to keep any testimonies related to Odinism or third-party suspects out of the trial, the defense revealed information about these branches in several court filings, including the 136-page Frank's memo. Specifically, the defense disclosed that at least one of the sticks placed on Abby had a clean, smooth edge, suggesting that it was cut with a saw and brought to the scene rather than sourced nearby and some sort of attempt at concealing the bodies. Defense experts, barred by Judge Gall, opined that the branch placement on the victims was not random and appeared ritualistic in nature, as if someone was trying to replicate runes. Within the long list of exhibits submitted to the court with the Franks memo included an alleged photograph of Patrick Westfall cutting branches into runes with an electrical saw. This image was posted to Facebook by Holder with the caption, quote, "cutting runes," end quote. Moreover, Holder's Facebook page made many references to runes, rituals,
Welcome,
and
Joanne.
heathenry, reminiscent of the ghoulish crime scene. Given Holder's post describing performing a blot ritual with Patrick Westfall the night before the fatal fire, one has to ask if the four sisters were also sacrificed in a ritualistic manner. Was the November ritual related to or in preparation for the Valis blot ritual in Delphi?
You too, Joanne.
Amber Holder's indication that Westfall had powerful friends and many people backing him is supported by Unified Command's lack of investigation into the pair, clearing them almost immediately, as well as withholding and even destroying evidence pertaining to Brad Holder, making sure none of it came out in trial. Brad Holder is a loud and proud Freemason. He even has a tattoo of a large Masonic square and compass on his chest. I suspect Jerry Holman is also a Mason, as he is frequently seen throwing the square and compass hand signal at Delphi press conferences specifically. Most damning, however, is the fact that Nick McClelland is a Master Mason, and there is evidence to indicate that McClelland and Holder even belong to the same lodge, Tipton Lodge number 33 in Logansport, as both were featured on the lodge's Facebook page. If you don't know by now, Masons take an oath to do everything in their power to protect their fellow Masons. And I suspect that is why Brad Holder was never treated as a suspect from the beginning of the investigation to the trial of Richard Allen. Switching gears a bit, I want to discuss the political climate in Delphi before, during, and after November 2016, and why I think it's entirely relevant to the tragedies that took place in Flora and Delphi. This is actually the very first motive I ever zeroed in on when I started looking into these cases on a deeper level, because of a pattern I noticed with some of the few powerful local figures monetizing and even politicizing these events that resulted in the deaths of young girls. I believe the series of events I will summarize here paints a compelling picture for one of the underlying political motivations for the fire, and I'm interested in finding out if you agree. In October 2016, the month before the fire, Delphi Mayor Shane Evans and his political allies Dick Bradshaw and Sam Dywert were pushing the Delphi City Council to vote to enforce building regulations that had been adopted by the city in the 1990s but were never actually enforced. However, the Delphi City Council was unanimously opposed to enforcing these building codes because of concerns that more regulations would drive out lower income residents who may not be able to afford to bring their properties up to code. Despite the council and public at large's disapproval, Mayor Evans threatened to veto their vote. Tensions were flaring, and the dispute even made it on the local news in October.
The city of Delphi has had a building ordinance on the books for 24 years now, but it's rarely been enforced. News 18's Brad Oppenheim tells us how there are plans to start enforcing it again, but some city officials say they're not completely on board.
In 1992, the city of Delphi passed an ordinance adopting the Indiana Administrative Code on Building Regulations. It addresses building safety, including electrical, mechanical, and plumbing codes. While a building commissioner is in charge of inspecting buildings, the ordinance has rarely been enforced in the past 2.5 decades. Mayor Shane.
Oh, don't worry about that, Mark and Betty. Absolutely not. Congratulations, Walt. Happy Dagoversary. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you being part of the community and part of the team. We love you, Walt. Thank you so much for joining us. And Mark and Betty, this is not Romper Room. You guys can swear all you need. Don't worry about that.
Hey, check your Discord when you get a sec.
Yes, ma'am. I'm pretty sure one was staying with Logan and Drift by the duck. Yes, I heard that too. Absolutely.
Nevin says he wants to change that.
It's there to benefit the public. I mean, it's there for health and safety. It's there to make sure that the investment you make in your property is going to be a sound investment. I think anybody comes into a community and assumes that there are building regulations that have been in place.
Evan says he believes the code could be modernized, but he would like to see the ordinance enforced once again.
We want to make sure we don't leave any stone unturned, that we parse through the language of the ordinance and make sure that it meets our needs.
But some Delphi City Council members want to see the ordinance repealed. Councilman at Large Michael Shockley has some concerns.
I just want to see us go down a road that is going to cost a lot of people a lot of money to live here and to build here and that kind of stuff.
In a letter to the city council, Evan said if an ordinance is passed to repeal the original building ordinance, he will veto it.
Faith that city council and I will be able to sit down and reach some middle ground on this.
Evan says the topic will be up for discussion at the next city council meeting on November.
One city councilman in particular, Dale Seward, actively opposed Evan's building code agenda and was not quiet about it.
And I agree that we need minimum standards with different aspects and different things we do. But you can't sit here and tell me that more government regulation translates into prosperity for any city or any town.
On November 2nd, Seward expressed his general disapproval with Evans and the Board of Works in an opinion piece in the Carroll County Comment, compellingly entitled, "Hiding in Plain Sight." Seward complains of the lack of transparency between the Board of Works and the City Council, as well as the public at large. He even writes that Delphi residents should contact Mayor Evans and express their displeasure with this form of government. They should do it now. This culture of concealment should be stopped immediately.
To the killer, who may be in this room, we believe you are hiding in plain sight.
It's clear that in early November, Councilman Seward felt there was something nefarious going on with the Delphi Board of Works meetings, and it's quite possible that his intuition was on point. The Delphi Board of Works met on November 17th, 2016, 4 days before the Flora fire. One item on these meeting notes caught my attention regarding the controversial issue of unsafe building codes. It stated in the meeting notes that the mayor should look into what makes a building unsafe by law and to contact Flora to see if they desire to, quote unquote, share a building inspector. I believe that this is code for something much more sinister. If the mayor were to hypothetically contact Flora to discuss unsafe building codes, specifically regarding fire safety and electrical codes concerning multifamily dwellings, he would likely contact Flora Town President Josh Ayers, who also happens to be Galen's landlord and owner of True Value hardware stores in Delphi and Flora. The Board of Works clearly had an agenda, but they needed a tragedy to enact the levels of control that they desired. It should also be noted that one of the Board of Works members, Sam Dywert, owned an insurance company in Delphi called Dywert Insurance.
I want to reiterate something to everybody here. This is absolutely 100% purely alleged and speculative that what we're reviewing right now, okay? The reason why I'm showing you this is because the things we know about both of these cases, for them to cross over the way that this is happening is beyond coincidental to me. And it's something that I just couldn't sit on seeing this. Okay. I've been talking about this since we covered Flora and then Delphi. I've been saying this for a long time that it's something that I truly, Mama Bear, how long have I been saying stuff about this with the two of these things interlinking possibly?
At least a year.
It's been a long time, you guys, and seeing this, like I said, I don't know that this is true. You don't know that this is true. But the things that are true within here, that are facts, the addresses and the things like that, That coincidence is not a coincidence to me, as far as I'm concerned. That's too coincidental. Okay. Add all this other stuff into the blender with it and hit that button, and it mixes in to be quite the shake, folks. It really does. Okay.
I speculate that increased regulations and inspections required by these stringent codes would be profitable for his business. I also suspect a long-term goal for targeting quote-unquote unsafe multifamily dwellings is to continue the gentrification of Delphi by targeting these older duplex-style buildings. Galen Rose's rental at 103 East Columbia was the perfect house to make an example of, as it was a balloon-style wooden frame dwelling with 2 separate units, and it had a myriad of plumbing and electrical issues. If only they could get someone, perhaps a local criminal with extreme racist beliefs, to start the fire, the Board of Works could use the tragedy to enhance their political agenda, and heirs can cash in on the insurance policy, which he did. It seems like a foolproof plan, as long as the fire was ruled unintentional. In fact, the Board of Works members didn't waste any time politicizing the girls' deaths, as evidenced by a letter sent out by Dywert the same day of the fatal fire. He callously writes that although the cause of the fire is undetermined at this point, this event underscores the risks involved for multifamily dwellings, especially those in converted single-family homes. He also cites the inadequate electrical wiring and callously states that if Flora had building codes and effective enforcement, any deficient condition could have been discovered and corrected, and maybe today 4 children would be alive and those injured would not have had their lives disrupted in such a traumatic and violent event. He concludes by saying, as the mayor continues to construct a building code enforcement policy and process, I encourage you to keep in mind the importance to the well-being and safety of our community of efficient oversight and enforcement of codes for residential, multifamily, and commercial buildings. I am certain the town of Flora is asking themselves this morning if there was more they could have done to prevent this tragedy. 9 days after the Flora fire, on December 1st, 2016, another wood-framed multifamily dwelling caught fire in the middle of the night, but thankfully no one was hurt.
Morning fire destroyed a Delphi family's home, and although everyone did make it out safely, the Delphi fire chief says it's a reminder of the importance of smoke detectors. News 18's Samantha Tiki joins us now with a look at why the family is so lucky to be alive. Sam?
Yes, Delphi Fire Chief Daryl Sterrett says the house fire appears to have started in the home's attic, and electrical issues may have been a factor. Now that the smoke has cleared, the Delphi family who once lived there is counting their blessings. It's a wake-up call Delphi resident Luz Cruz says she'll never forget.
And I really didn't hear anything until my aunt
Very good point, nobody, and thank you for that.
started screaming that the house was on fire.
Around 5 a.m. Thursday, Delphi fire crews were called to Cruz's home in the 300 block of North Washington Street. Cruz and 7 others, including an infant, made it out safely.
I just panicked. And I just ran outside.
After exiting the home, the family realized the home next door was in danger. That's when they alerted neighbor Kim Jenkins.
Flames were shooting everywhere. The smoke was so bad you couldn't even see.
Jenkins, her husband, and 3 grandchildren were able to get out safely. She says there were no smoke detectors in her home and would not have known about the fire if the neighbors hadn't told her.
It could have played out a whole lot different for both families. It really could have, because the houses are so close together.
Cruz thinks her home had 1 smoke detector, but she didn't know if it was working properly. Delphi Fire Chief Daryl Sterrett says Cruz did not find any smoke detectors in the house. Jenkins says she's learned her lesson when it comes to fire safety and is having a smoke detector installed Thursday afternoon.
Make sure you have smoke detectors in your house. Make sure you have a plan to know what you're supposed to do.
Cruz says although her personal belongings are gone, she's trying to look on the bright side.
I'm really happy that we are all okay.
Is this a coincidence or an action intended to justify increased regulations and control pursuant to the Board of Works agenda? Councilman Seward made his feelings known, calling Dywert's letter disgusting and called on him as well as Evans to resign.
In Delphi is accusing another city leader of using the November 21st fire in Flora that killed 4 children to advance a political agenda.
But quite frankly, that letter is, I think it's disgusting and terrible.
Councilman Dale Seward says this letter was nothing more than a political stunt.
Situation, Mr. Dywert should resign. And if you knew about it beforehand, you should resign too, because that thing is terrible.
Sam Dywart's letter says the fire underscored the risks involved for multi-family dwellings and suggests the Flora home was unsafe. He says proper enforcement could have saved the 4 young lives lost in the fire. Ultimately, the letter encourages the council to support a new building code enforcement policy that Mayor Shane Evans has been working on since July.
I've communicated very clear to the city council about my support of code enforcement, to appointing an administrative arm of the city to where they can issue permits, and I think that contractors should be licensed and they need to get permits, and they need to make sure that they have bonds and insurance, just like Lafayette.
But whether the building code enforcement policy needs to be changed wasn't exactly the reason Seward says he spoke up at the meeting.
He's basically taking 4 people's deaths and a mother who was in the hospital at the time and 2 of our emergency personnel from the county, and he's basically politicizing it.
But that's not how Dywart sees it, and neither did Councilman Brian Garrison.
People are dying. And I believe what he's trying to say is why we're him hauling around, it's liable to happen to us.
Mayor Evans doesn't want to get involved in the argument, but says the city is moving forward with discussions of enforcement and possibly amending the current building code ordinance.
Hardwired.
Admittedly, Dywart and Evans have a point regarding fire safety and code compliance. As Dale Seward acknowledged, it is certainly best practice for a city or town to comply with codified standards and regulations, especially for rental properties where landlords can be unmotivated to maintain adequate living standards for their tenants, who are ultimately the ones who suffer from a lack of code enforcement. Had the cause of the fire been ruled as a result of an electrical or occupancy issue, and then the Board of Works used the incident to promote the necessity of code enforcement, it'd be a different story. And honestly, I would agree with this sentiment. Isn't that the point of these kinds of regulations? To avoid preventable fatalities and ensure the safety of residents? But that's not what happened here. This is murder, misrepresented to promote a predetermined agenda. It is not the truth that the Flora fire could have been prevented by building code enforcement. Unsurprisingly, no correction, acknowledgement, or apology was ever issued by Dywart or Evans. These circumstances, including the timing of the ongoing political dispute over building codes, which conveniently contemplate fire safety and electrical issues, and specifically target multi-unit converted single-family homes, all characteristics embodied by the Columbia Street house, the monetary conflicts of interest, the immediate politicization in the aftermath of the tragedy prior to an origin and cause determination, and a bizarrely similar fire occurring in Delphi just 9 days later. These circumstances, when viewed in their totality, are extremely suspicious and make me think back to that November 17th Board of Works meeting where Evans is tasked with defining an unsafe building according to state law and contacting Flora for collaboration. The urgency of this agenda is also a factor. As Evans notes, he wants to review and work on this before the end of the first quarter in 2017.
And if you see what all this does come down to, folks, and it's something that I've said in a lot of cases, a lot of the stuff we look at, very sadly, full turn, full tilt, 360 comes back to money. Everything is about money and power. I say this in how many cases that we talk about and cover. Money and power, power and money. It all comes back to those same things. I don't care who's involved in it. If it's an Odinistic heathen group or whatever it is, every bit of this in some form or fashion rolls back around, and it is about money somewhere in there, guys. It really is. Okay. That's sad. You cannot put a price. There's no price tag on the worth of human life. There's not. Okay. And the greed and the ignorance and the, I don't even know how to say it, for power and money overtake everything, sadly, in this world. And look at what we're looking at right now. That's all I'm saying.
Is this a carefully calculated but sloppily executed plan, or just coincidental circumstances.
What's that word? Coincidental.
Hmm.
Nope. Sorry. Not like this. Come on, you guys. A coincidence is a coincidence, okay? If I wear a black shirt and Mama wears a black shirt at the same time, that's coincidence. This, come on. Okay? The facts that are behind this make this coincidence, in my opinion, almost factual, folks. That's all I'm saying. It all comes back to truth of certain things, okay? Like I said, this is purely alleged and absolute speculation, folks, based on what we're seeing, but there are facts that are inside this that you can't throw out the window. They're facts. That's all there is to it. So just remember that.
You tell me.
Who set that fire? Now, listen, I don't believe that anybody set it to intentionally to kill those 4 little girls. I don't believe that. I hope I'm not proven wrong. I think it was a consequence of a bad choice. And again, I hope somebody will talk to us one day.
What would you say to the person who did this if they're watching this tonight?
What I want to say is I don't think you intended to do what you did. I don't think that they intended to kill 4 little girls. I don't. That's me. That's my own opinion. I don't believe they intended to do that. I believe they intended to send some type of a message. And I don't know what the message was.
Thus far, I think I've laid the groundwork for my claims that this crime was racially or ideologically motivated, or at least intended to be perceived that way, with additional political and economic implications that overlap with the Delphi murders.
In November 2016, the state fire marshal's office said the cause of the fire was undetermined. However, in January 2017, investigators at the Indiana Department of Homeland Security said the fire had been set intentionally.
We are investigating it as an arson.
Fire investigators believe someone intentionally set this fire, has just added to the devastation.
After the peer review was conducted by Indianapolis Fire Department, the IDHS confirmed the official ruling that the fire was intentionally set. This happened on January 28th, 2017. This is a very important date. At this point in time, anyone and everyone involved was suddenly on the hook for, at minimum, 4 counts of homicide. Some noteworthy anomalies took place in the 2.5-week period between the official arson ruling and the double homicide in the woods. According to Delphi City Council meeting notes from February 6, 2017, it was discovered on January 29th, the day after the arson ruling, that $18,000 in unauthorized transactions had been defrauded from the city's finances. All but $400 had been returned to the account, and it could be unrelated, but it's suspicious nonetheless, especially when considering who had access to the city's finances at this time. In the days to follow, leading into early February, various private and federal investigators came forward to cast doubt on the integrity of investigator Dennis Randall's origin and cause findings, which would lead to his subsequent resignation. I imagine that the conspirators began to feel uneasy at this moment in time, likely doubting, for the first time, the scope of their political influence over this investigation. Is it a coincidence that 2.5 weeks after this landmark finding, 2 teens are murdered in a shocking and grisly manner just a town over, an event that totally eclipsed the Flora fire in the news, the public consciousness, and even the investigative resources and attention of Indiana State Police? If one motivation for committing the Delphi homicides was to distract and disrupt the Flora investigation, then mission accomplished. But then there's also this nagging fact that Libby's grandma, Becky Patty, appraised the Flora house just 2 months before it went up in flames. Now, I'm willing to concede small town coincidences. Not every overlapping connection is nefarious or suggests a grand conspiracy. I'm sure there are a limited number of accredited appraisers in rural Indiana. Fine. But that doesn't answer my lingering questions about this appraisal or stop me from speculating if Libby had uncovered privileged information regarding the fire, which leads me to my final topic, insurance fraud. The property on East Columbia Street was appraised on September 10th, 2016 by Becky Patty per her own admission. The over 1,800 square foot converted duplex with 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms appraised for a mere $45,000. For reference, similar or even smaller properties on the same block are, for the most part, valued in the $100,000 range. So this tells you a thing or two about the shape of this property. But why was the appraisal ordered in the first place? According to Josh Ayers' civil deposition, which supports Becky's comment, the bank ordered the appraisal in connection to a refinance of the home. Ayers and Helderman took ownership of the property under Birch Tree Holdings, LLC in December 2015, the previous year, from Josh's parents who owned the property for many years. The exchange was pretty informal, so it makes sense that the property was never appraised. So everything to this point checks out. In his deposition, Ayers admits that it is uncommon for him to refinance his shared rental properties, but he explains that he believed the home had some equity in it and they wanted access to the cash to do other projects with. He also admits that he doesn't remember where this cash went. So it appears that they got the home appraised and cashed out between September and the time of the November fire. Suspicious timing? Sure. But here's where things get super fishy. And I have to give credit to I-Team 8 for doing actual journalism and exposing this insurance policy in their multi-part investigative series from earlier this year. A couple weeks before the appraisal, on August 31st, 2016, an insurance policy was taken out on the house in the amount of approximately $392,000.
Most people would apply logic to say that there's some impropriety here.
The insurance policy, originally written August 31st of 2016, the appraisal dated 10 days later, September 10th. A little over 2 months later, November 21st, the home had gone up in flames.
Up to $392,000 for a house that was appraised at $45,000.
Correct.
You're saying that
that blows my mind. Almost $400,000 for a $45,000 house. Come on.
That's not sus at all.
Not even really. No. Come on, guys. That's insane to me. And if this directs anything negative towards Becky or any of them, I'll nix it right there, because that's bullshit. I don't think I don't think that's where this is going. I don't want anybody to think that. I think that's just that was her job. Hey, Tomboy, good to see you. Just saying, guys, that makes no sense right there whatsoever. Anybody that thinks it does, you're crazy. That doesn't make any sense at all. So just saying.
It's quite unusual. When an insurance policy starts to look like a lottery ticket, suspicion can be raised. Insurance fraud.
But of course, you're thinking, no way the homeowners were able to collect any of that, right? With the whole arson determination finding. Well, unfortunately, Ayers took out additional coverage for his rental properties, including loss of rent and, get this, acts of terrorism coverage. This additional policy insured 103 East Columbia for an amount of $105,000 and was taken out in mid-October 2016, 1 month before the house was set on fire. From the sparse documentation I could get my hands on, it appears a property damage claim was paid to Birch Tree Holdings.
I want anybody here to tell me, especially on a house like that, what landlord would ever take out an insurance policy that involves acts of terrorism? Come on, guys.
While the amount paid is unknown, coverage included the $105,000 for the structure, $2,500 in personal property, and $10,500 in loss of rent. Ayers also testified in his deposition that he did receive money after the fire as a result of his insurance policy. Simply put, the house was worth more incinerated than functioning as a rental property. When reviewing the testimony from the civil lawsuit, it's clear that the condition of the property was abysmal. The testimony from the tenant who rented a unit in the property prior to Galen stated that the house had electrical and plumbing issues, specifically a water leak out of the kitchen light fixture, as well as multiple power outages resulting from the circuit breakers popping. Galen Rose made similar complaints, including non-functioning electrical outlets, lack of smoke detectors, and non-locking doors prior to the fire. And who gets the call for all these issues? Josh Ayers, who owns multiple businesses in town and probably doesn't have a lot of spare time to deal with these issues. Galen rented the unit for $500 month to month, so double that for the unit upstairs. The property was only bringing in around $1,000 per month in rent. One has to wonder if Ayers was getting tired of his new title as landlord, which appears to include a lot of hassle and responsibilities for a comparatively small monthly income. But how would he get out of this predicament? It's against the law in Indiana for a landlord to kick out a tenant without due cause. But a devastating fire would end all current lease agreements, get this property off their hands, and result in a six-figure payout for the owners. And Ayers and Helderman would know this because it's happened to them before, just 3 years prior. In August 2013, a storage barn in Flora owned and used by Climatech Heating and Cooling, which is Ayers and Helderman's HVAC business, was completely destroyed by a fire and incurred additional costly damages. The pair had only owned the barn for 3 years before the fire, and while it is unclear what kind of damages were recovered, I don't doubt that this fire also resulted in a significant payday for the duo, and possibly a blueprint on how to...
Exactly, Matahari. That's the whole point right there. You know, she did what she did. That was her job. That's whatever. That has nothing to do with that. But the insurance company insuring a $45,000 home for that much, excuse me? I don't get this at all. Makes no sense.
Commit arson-related insurance fraud, allegedly, in my opinion. Even the family business, Ayers Hardware, which has been in operation since 1901, has a history of destructive fires that only seem to result in positive outcomes for the business. The first in February 1923, when a fire destroyed most of their merchandise and severely damaged the interior of the building, and another in 1976, which damaged the upper storeroom. As town president, Ayers is basically the boss of Flora Fire Chief Adam Randall, son of Dennis Randall, who would follow in his father's footsteps, resigning from his position following scrutiny over the Flora fire investigation.
Adam Randall had also resigned as Flora's fire chief. Adam Randall's boss, before his resignation, had been Josh Ayers, the president of the Flora Town Council and the owner and landlord of the home where Rose lived. Did potential conflicts of interest get in the way of the investigation? Did small town politics play a role?
It's not difficult to see how small town politics can...
And that the irony behind that both the fire chiefs resign, chief, assistant chief, blah, blah, blah. So it's, come on. Again, coincidence, right? And there were some other things that went on with Randall after the fact. The younger one, I believe, ended up getting divorced over this situation. I think his wife left him because of some things that she believed or that she knew. Let me put it that way. I'm pretty sure that's how that all went down. And one of them, there was a rumor, or I don't know if it's a rumor or not, that one of them tried to take their own life. There's a lot of other little stories that go on behind these two here. Okay. And it's like, why? If you didn't do nothing, if there's nothing out there that you know or anything that you are hiding, why, first off, did you resign? And second off, why is your life so shitty right now? What's going on? More issues that I have with this situation.
be leveraged into favorable outcomes for the long-standing Flora town president, who comes from a large and influential family and presently owns multiple businesses in the community. The fact that Josh Ayers never even spoke to Galen after the fire, but had no issue collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars in blood money is appalling.
And didn't offer this woman one penny. He could have offered, considering it's his home and all the issues that were there, as a human being, maybe to purchase the headstones that she couldn't get. There were, I don't know how many live streams that were done where there was a GoFundMe and a bunch of I bought a t-shirt. A bunch of people in the community bought t-shirts to try to help the fund to get these headstones for these poor babies. Because this mother could not afford it. Okay, she had a lot going on. This isn't cheap. If I was the owner of this home and an accident in my home happened that took the lives of somebody else's children, I think I'd have stepped forward and said, here, especially if I received an income from that situation. Come on, that's all I'm saying. Makes no sense to me.
After the fire, Galen left town to be with family and mourn her tremendous loss, and the good old boys of Carroll County were able to completely control the narrative and attempt to interfere with the investigation, in my opinion, silencing anyone with the courage to speak up through intimidation, fear, and force. This is the Carroll County way. My intention with this series is to show you, with evidence, how, when it comes to the DELPHI murders, the tentacles themselves have their own intertwining appendages, which require a great deal of nuanced thinking to unravel and draw conclusions from. I'm not claiming to have all the motivations and surrounding circumstances sorted out. My Tentacles graphic is to show you what I believe this case to be about, based on years of focused research that extends far beyond the convoluted events of February 13th and 14th, 2017. I will do my best to compile the year's worth of evidence I have collected and analyzed in order to arrive at these theoretical conclusions. As always, thank you for listening. Keep asking questions, and please let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below.
Okay, I want to thank True Crime Design for putting that video together. Once again, everybody, hold on here. I think it's here. Nope, that's not it. Hold on a minute. Give me one moment. Just 1 second. Hold on. Oh, Lord, what did I do? One moment. Okay, let's back that up there. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to bring you guys a link again that I thought I had, and I went over top of it. Hold on. Nope. 1 second. Oh, hold on. I don't know why I'm struggling with all this. 1 second. Okay, I think that's it there. There it is. There's her link. Again, if you guys could run over, hit the like button on that video or anything else you want to watch over there, it is so very much appreciated that she put that together for us to review and talk about these things that are involving this situation, guys. I've always thought that there was a link between these two cases, very possibly, okay? I don't have 100% facts, but I do have... Oh, yeah, I do have this too. I'll throw this in here. Thank you, Tomboy. I don't have 100% fact to prove this, but the facts that we just saw within that video, the things that we know about both these cases, you can't overlook that, guys. You just can't. I just don't. You can't. They're there. They're factual information. These people that were talked about all throughout the DELPHI case that are walking around like nothing happened, all of a sudden we have this that's linked in that sense, guys. It's just a little too ironic to me is all I'm saying. So if you weren't looking at it before, you just did, and it's there now. So there is that as well. Now we also have, thank you, Tomboy, for throwing this up here. Thank you, Mikey. 1 second here. And guys, again, I've always had issues with Mr. Carter. Okay.
How often?
Mr. Doug Carter in the DELPHI case and within the Flora case and many other things that he's done. Let's throw this other little quickie up in here too that she put together. In regards to somebody else that works for ISP as well. Now, again, these are just, how can I put this? What I was trying to say is this is purely alleged, absolute speculative theory based on factual stuff that we've seen and know about these cases. So this is just another little piece to add to this, guys.
How often do you think about this case?
Oh. All right, here we go. Sorry about that.
How often do you think about this case?
Oh. My number one worry throughout the course of the day, because there's such a violent world we live in, is my hope and my prayer for people like Sergeant Jeremy Pierce that get home every day. You know, we've got a lot of work to do in the way in which we treat other people, but I can't. There's not many waking minutes that I'm not thinking about those two little girls.
Before we came out here this morning, and as of right now, multiple fire trucks are here. This is actually as close as I can get to the scene. I was asked to stand right here while they work on the house. Smoke is still billowing everywhere, so it does seem like a very serious.
Sergeant and her 17-year-old daughter both died in a house fire on Thursday. Firefighters responded to the fire around 2 a.m., but found the home of Sergeant Stephanie Thompson was fully engulfed in flames. The fire was too much to rescue her and her daughter, Maya Thompson. Thompson was a 23-year veteran of the state police and wife of the White County Circuit Court Judge Jason Thompson.
Story that we've been following for some time right now, that house fire in Monticello. In that fire, a mom and a daughter died.
13 News has confirmed special agents from the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, is investigating last month's fire. There's still no official cause to what sparked the blaze, which killed Stephanie and Maya Thompson.
Stephanie, a sergeant for the Indiana State Police, and her daughter Maya was a junior at Twin Lakes High School.
Why would the ATF? Okay, if this was an accidental house fire, we'll say that. Why would the ATF be there? Just saying. As this says, although the origin of the fire has not been confirmed publicly, the ATF's involvement in a house fire investigation is exclusively limited to incendiary bombs in complex arson cases. Remember that, folks. They would not be there otherwise.
Sergeant Stephanie Thompson. She works out of the laboratory division, a polygraph operator. So walk me through this a little bit. If somebody requests a polygraph from you, either us or a city or a town, is there certain criteria that has to be met before that even takes place?
Yes, a full investigation needs to have happened. They should be bringing us one of the highest likely individual that maybe committed the crime.
So this is not going to be a start of the investigation.
No, this is very much towards the very end. They might have most of them have already been interviewed several times prior to coming to us. It's completely voluntary.
Interesting, isn't it? Just to say. All right, Mama Bear, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. I know it's past your bedtime. And I hope to see you sometime tomorrow. I really appreciate you joining in both shows today. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Absolutely.
I'll talk to you in the morning once I figure out what's going on, and we'll go from there.
Sounds great, dear. Have a great night and get some sleep.
You too. Bye, guys.
All right. A good point, Mikey. Who can you trust? You know, and this was a law enforcement officer too, so who knows, guys? We don't know. There's no proof that any of this is anything, okay? But the facts are facts, guys. There's facts. That's all I'm saying. The facts are facts. You can't look any other direction when you see facts, truly. So, and there's people that have morals, and there's people that don't. That's all I can say, you guys. That's all I can say. Think about it, you know? Excuse me. So, it's a lot of interesting information, and it makes some things that didn't make sense to me make some sense. I don't know, but let me show you this here too.
Good night, Maddie.
One moment here. This came out of, hold on. 1 second. Hold on here. I got two little pieces of, this is news coverage. Okay, so hold on. Give me 1 minute here. I got two parts to this. And this shows what there's the detectives are looking into these things here, this thing here too. So this was brought up earlier. I think Tomboy brought it up. The Stevenson couple. It was an older couple. I just want to show you this as well. Welcome back, Molly. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And listen, folks, just I know this is a little crazy to think about it, but Molly proved a point to me that one of Brad Holder's buddies is a member of the Monticello Fire Department as well. So this all just it's all intertwined. People are all intertwined. I know these are small towns and this and that, and people know everybody. There's that too. Just saying. So let me show you guys this here real quick. This is a neither one of these are very long at all, but they're very interesting and they go right along with everything we're talking about. Yeah, Monticello. That's what I said, Molly. Monticello Fire Department. Yes. And then I'll show you another real quick thing. Oh, by the way, yeah, let me show you that after this here, guy. I got these things here. All right, guys. Hold on. This is part one. There's two parts to this, and neither one of them are very long at all. So here you go. And again, like I said, this is being investigated by detectives, not just the people or the news, okay?
Are leaving no stone
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
One of Boone County's most horrific killings remains unsolved. It's 12 years later, but the detectives working the Stevenson case are leaving no stone unturned. In recent months, their investigation has led them even to Indiana to look at a possible connection to this highly publicized DELPHI murders.
Yeah, Jessica Schmidt digs into these new developments in part one of this story from Cincinnati's Crime Vault.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner make up Boone County's cold case unit, yet they say the murder of Bill and Peggy Stevenson is far from cold. In fact, they've traveled to at least 14 other states to follow up on leads, including several trips to Delphi, Indiana. And they're pursuing potential breaks in the case using a DNA profile. May 29th, 2011 was a sunny Sunday in the suburbs.
It was a spring day, like most around here in northern Kentucky.
But the day quickly turned dark after a gruesome discovery.
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
2 people, both 74 years old, were found dead inside their Boone County home. A beloved husband and wife, Bill and Peggy Stevenson. A concerned family member found them when they didn't show up for church.
We think it was, a very quick surprise attack. There was some blunt force trauma.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner Tim Adams were sent to the scene. The house had been altered and the bodies were staged.
There were things that were done to their bodies that was horrific. They changed several things in the scene, which is really, really unusual for any murder scene anywhere in the country or in the world.
Whoever killed the couple did not take off right away.
There was quite a bit of time that the perpetrators, the killers, stayed in the residence or felt comfortable coming back to the scene.
In general, detectives believe that kind of behavior points to a suspect who knows the victims. And Bill and Peggy Stevenson were loved by many.
They were amazing people, good Christian people. They wanted to share their faith and their love with the community. And
they've missed out on so much. They've missed out on weddings. They've missed out on 3 new great-grandbabies, graduations, like I said, weddings of the grandkids. All the grandkids are married.
That's Bill and Peggy's daughter, Beth Stevenson Victor. She describes her parents as devoted churchgoers, a couple who loved their big family. Peggy was the quiet one, an experienced and talented musician.
Played for many weddings, funerals, played for a couple of the grandkids' weddings. She loved to play the organ. She played the piano too.
Bill was the opposite, known as the life of the party. A man heavily involved in ministry, he shared his faith with truck drivers every Sunday at a truck stop in Florence.
They had a trailer out that they would open up during the week, and if truckers wanted to stop in and pray, they would pray with them.
That connection to the community became a possible lead for detectives Cox and Adams. Today, they handle the sheriff's cold case unit, but they're still investigating the Stevenson case. Over the years, they've interviewed a lot of truck drivers.
Early on in the investigation, we had information that someone had been at the truck stop looking for Bill pretty aggressively, banging on the door of the chapel, asking if anyone had seen Bill.
There are truckers they've ruled out, others still on their radar. They've also looked into Charles Stevie Stevenson, the nephew of Bill and Peggy. Detective Cox says they've even spoken to him recently. Stevie is locked up, spending life in prison for beating an Indiana woman to death with a skillet.
We feel pretty comfortable that that's in a good place. There is no final statement on there. It isn't that he's been cleared. But we have certainly vetted him in every way possible.
One of the largest developments in the case could still bring them the break they need to close it. Detective Cox says they have an unknown DNA profile.
We don't know who that DNA belongs to, and it was found at our crime scene.
It is complex, so genealogy isn't an option, at least right now. There is testing they can do to try to find a match, and that's something they're actively pursuing.
We're just still hopeful that they'll come up with the right evidence that they need, and a confession would be great. But we're still hopeful that they'll solve it.
More than a decade later, tips continue to come in. Detectives even traveled across state lines in recent weeks to see if what happened to the Stevensons has any connection to the murder of 2 young girls in Delphi.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the Delphi murders in Indiana, and they had said for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stevenson case.
There's still much more to share, and part 2 will explain what detectives are doing now with that DNA profile, and will tell you exactly what led them to Delphi and what's happening now with that lead. Plus, Bill and Peggy's daughter shares more about the impact this tragedy has had on the family. Part 2 is at 10:30.
Oh, sorry, guys. This was stuck for a minute. All right. So, hey, Phil. Good to see you tonight. Now, there's a second part to this. Hold on. One second, guys. I'm having a little bit of a technical issue here. Give me one quick second. All right. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, shoot. Where did it go? Oh, good Lord. Hold on. One moment. Sorry. I don't know why this is doing this. Okay. Where is that? Come on, downloads. It won't upload for a reason. Hold on. One second, guys. I'm sorry. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let's see here. Why can't I find that link again? Where did it go? And like I said, you guys, you don't have to believe this stuff. You don't have to agree with this stuff. I'm just showing you what's being said, and that way you can pull the facts out of this and make your own decisions, on what you think. It's very interesting. So, it doesn't necessarily mean that I believe all of this stuff, but the facts that are pointed out to this it's just whoa. Okay, that's all I'm saying. One second. Here we go. All right, I think I got it now. I need to go back and find. Yep, there it is. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Sorry. It took so long. 1 second, everyone. Let me load this in. This is part 2 to the thing we just watched.
A nightmare that you never wake up
Let me know, guys, if there's any audio issues or you don't hear anything clearly. I appreciate it.
from, and that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy.
So for nearly 10 or 12 years, the dark, devastating murders of Bill and Peggy Stevenson have left a lot of loved ones just living in fear.
Yeah, answers could be coming as detectives follow up on new leads involving DNA testing and a potential connection to Delphi, Indiana.
Jessica Schmidt explains the very latest developments in part 2 of this story from Cincinnati's Crime Vault.
Well, at this stage of the investigation, detectives tell me they are not prepared to rule anything or anyone out. They've tried everything, including talking to mediums and psychics and announcing a $50,000 reward for information. And they're working on some of their latest leads right now. The disturbing deaths of Bill and Peggy Stevenson left so many in the Boone County community shattered.
It was just horrible, just to find out that they're both gone and that it wasn't an accident, wasn't carbon monoxide. It was at the hands of somebody else. It was almost too much to bear.
The couple was murdered inside their own home in May 2011 after living lives filled with love and ministry. Their daughter, Beth, calls it an incredibly scary situation.
You were constantly looking over your shoulder. And just up until about 3 years ago, my front blinds never opened. Just within the last 3 years, I've been able to sit with the blinds open.
It was a complex crime scene.
It's pretty bad that somebody could stay, that they could stage.
Welcome, Cryptics. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you being here.
Something and stay with bodies like that for, multiple hours. It's pretty sick.
That's why detectives Coy Cox and Tim Adams are not willing to close the door on anything.
We are careful in this case because of the complexity of some of the evidence, not to say that anyone has been ruled out.
Congratulations, Z's, for getting that membership. And again, thank you, Phil, so much for gifting that. You're so very welcome to the sauce, Z's. It's great to have another meatball. I think I covered this a while back, SRB. It's been a while, but I think I did. I can't remember. I think I did. Like, again, this is just showing you the possibility of the link to it again. So,
but we certainly take it all the way down the path as far as we can to where it's like, okay, we don't see the need to go on down this path because it's not looking like that is our individual.
In November 2022, a tip led them to a neighboring state.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the DELPHI murders in Indiana, and they had said for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stevenson case.
Right away, detectives started looking into a possible connection between Bill and Peggy's 2011 murder and the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana in 2017, a case that's garnered national attention.
There's things that will make you really interested in a case, simply more than just somebody saying, hey, we think this person might have been involved. But we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that, what that item was. We recently been in the northern part of Indiana, investigating this guy, following him around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason to why that may have existed.
They sent what they found to Indiana State Police, since they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear, Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana as it related to some persons, and we forwarded that to them. We did not send them the information that led them to Richard Allen. We sent them information that may have had some parallel consistencies with where they are with that case right now.
When Boone County detectives were in Delphi, Allen was already in jail, where he has been since October of 2022, accused of Abby and Libby's murders.
I know that sounds a little cloak and dagger, but I'm just sorry about that. We're not going any further with that.
That's not the only lead they're following.
We have two gentlemen that are in the trucking profession that we have collected DNA from, and we are awaiting response back from the Kentucky State Police Lab.
They're waiting on results from the lab to see if the truck driver's DNA matches the unknown profile found at the Stevenson crime scene. It has Detective Cox feeling hopeful. As someone who has been on the case since day one, it's personal.
That's hard. That's on my watch. That's my case. I want to solve it. I don't want to say it's more special, but it's a very special case, and really like to get it solved, as we would all of them, obviously. But yeah, this one has a little extra, tug.
For Bill and Peggy's family, all of these developments feel like a step toward peace, justice, and healing.
Somebody deserves to pay for what they did. And I think we owe it to them. I keep looking at their picture. We owe it to them, to find answers for them.
We brought up a lot of leads in this two-part story: DNA testing, the nephew, Stevie Stevenson, truckers, and of course, that possible connection to DELPHI. So where does it all stand right now? Well, Detective Cox stressed they have not ruled anyone out in the Stevenson case. So even though some leads don't look as likely, they haven't eliminated any of them completely. Now, he won't say if they have any specific suspects or people of interest, but told me he does believe whoever did it has committed other crimes. He did confirm they know the exact time the couple died because of a medical device inside one of the victims, something that could help them pinpoint the killer. Anyone with information on this case is urged to call it in right away. Now, you can watch all of our Crime Vault stories online right now on fox19.com or on our free news app. We also have a podcast called Cincinnati's Crime Vault Beyond the Broadcast. An episode on this case, the Stevenson case, will drop next month with more details from detectives. Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
So there is that as well, guys. That's all I'm going to show you in that aspect for tonight. But the fact that any of this was even looked at or talked about tells me quite a bit. Okay. Once again, hold on. The facts, again, I this is all purely alleged, absolute speculation, obviously, and I want to thank again True Crime Design for giving us that video to review and those points that I pointed out to you. I'm not saying that everything about that video means everything. What I'm saying is the facts that are in there make the other side of this make sense, okay? Something that I have not been able to let go of in my mind for almost 2 years at this point, you guys. It's always bothered me. So, there's a lot there. I'll just put it that way. There's a lot there, in my opinion. A lot there to think over, to look at, and to, make you look again. And I've always told you, thank you, Mikey. Thank you for your help, brother. I appreciate it always. And that goes to everybody with the Blue Crew. You guys are amazing. I couldn't do this without you guys. And you know it, Mama Bear. It was wonderful to have her here twice today. I appreciate that a lot. When I feel like I have a reason to get excited about knowing something about one of these cases, that's important to me, okay? And that's how I felt with this, because there's certain facts, like I said, that point to some couple different things that I've always felt. Now, if Richard Allen was involved, if he is guilty, he's been convicted, but I never, ever, at the very least, thought that he did this by himself. There's that. I've struggled with him being convicted of it all alone, of course, because I still feel if he was involved and he is the one, they have their guy, that's great. But I still feel that there are other people involved. Idaho State Police. I'm sorry. Indiana State Police. Idaho, listen to me. Indiana State Police themselves have said that they believe that there were multiple people involved in this. One man has been convicted. One. There's more to this than what we've seen, folks. There absolutely is way more to this than what we've seen. I'm telling you. And I still, based on these facts, truly am comfortable saying that I believe, like I've said, that Flora and DELPHI are very, very closely and possibly related. As sad as it is. The Flora 4, I will continue to support and pray for those 4 little girls that we lost. The mother that lost those 4 children, all 4 of her children she lost at one time, guys. That's unbelievable to me. It's horrible. There's never going to be enough justice for that mother or for those victims, guys. It's crazy. But if maybe one day, because of the coverage that gets put out on this and talked about with this, there is true justice for this, that's all that matters to me. For all the victims, in this entire thing that we're talking about, whether it be Abby Libby and the Flora 4, all of them and their families. There's that. So I let's see. Let me try to catch up here with chat. See if there's anything that's stated in here. You guys are talking about somebody's birthday in here. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that, brother. I appreciate that. Mark and Betty both. Let's see here. I'm just making sure that I'm not missing any questions anybody may have asked. Again, Phil, thank you so much for gifting that membership to Lord. I just had the name and I forgot it already. See, my short-term memory is not a joke. Good Lord. Where are we? Let me see. Let me see. If we could put Cryptix's link in here again, guys, by the way, Cryptix did a show to help out Miss Barb, Timmy's Legacy. Great show for Barb as well. So please, if you guys have not, let's drop that link in here so that everybody can jump over there, show some support for Cryptix, who is out here trying to help in every way possible, just like the rest of us are. So please, if you have not, jump over there. Once we drop that link, jump over there, subscribe, hit the like button, share it out, guys. And make sure you hit that notification bell so you don't miss anything. So very much appreciated. Again, thank you, Cryptix, for joining us tonight and for everything that you do to try to help in all these situations, sir. That you very much appreciated. Thank you, SRB, for that. Walt, tell your wife happy birthday from all of us. I hope she has a great day. And hopefully we'll be able to tell her that again next year. She has a great year leading up to. Let's see. I think I got everything out of here. Absolutely. Thank you, Mark and Betty, for being here. And share this out, guys, please, if you will. So very much appreciated. Throughout all your social media platforms, all that, guys. I really appreciate you guys joining me twice today, guys. 2 great shows, in my opinion. Like I said, I was really kind of excited to be able to show you guys this. One, in my mind, it tells me that I'm not crazy, that the things that I've been thinking they're there. There's a reason to look at them. Hey, Lisa, good to see you, Lisa Joe. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you, dear. Hope you're having a great rest of your night. Lisa did some amazing things for our morning show today. Lisa is amazing, period. We appreciate you, Lisa, very much. Absolutely, Matahari. If you guys haven't, please go check out Cryptix's channel, like we said. Like I said, they helped out Miss Barb. He helped out Miss Barb, and you know how we feel about that, guys. So anybody that's a friend of hers and wants to help her is a friend of ours. Absolutely. So please go check that out. Oh, I understand, Lisa. Well, absolutely. Thank you, Walt. I appreciate you being here, brother, and doing what you do with the Blue Crew. Does anybody have any questions or anything about this? What I can do? Hold on 1 minute here. What do we got? We're at 3:28. We got a little bit left here. Tell you what I'll do, you guys, just to give it a few. Hold on here. Let me go ahead and drop this link here. I'm going to go ahead and pin a link in the chat here for a little while, a little bit of time we have left. I'll go ahead and open the panel up if anybody wants to join me to talk about anything, ask any questions, make any statements about this, as long as there's no victim shaming or shaming of any of the families of the victims, as we all know. I'd be happy to have you join me. Only thing I ask is just for a matter of a couple quick seconds that you When you come backstage, you show me your face and not your waist so I can make sure that you're on the up and up before I bring you up here. That's all I'm saying. And if nobody wants to, that's understandable too. I'm just giving you the option. That's all. Yeah, right, Walt. I know nothing. You know nothing. I have to argue with you on that, Lisa. You know a lot. Again, I gotta thank you. You did amazing for this morning show. I really do appreciate you. That made that show turn out to be the best that it possibly could be, Lisa. So thank you once again for that, dear. We appreciate you very much. Oh, about this case, I got you. It's okay. Absolutely, SRB. We keep our waste private here. I wish that was a real fire, you guys. Believe me, because I'd be a little closer to it. I'll say that much. And everybody, for those of you that are here tonight, please join us for the morning show. We do a show in the mornings, anywhere between 10 and 12 as I run it, depending on what's going on in my morning. We have Arctic Fox that joins us as a secondary. Mom, Mina Monsters comes in and joins us from time to time. And we talk about a little bit everything here and there. We also started a new series this morning, which is what I'm talking about, that I'm going to be running Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays for right now, called Coffee and a Cold Case. When I get that all worked out and get everything on a good old rhythm, and then we might do it every single day. So, and I got to thank our awesome Tomboy Charmin here, another part of the Blue Crew, one of our amazing community members, for coming up with the Coffee and a Cold Case. Thank you again, Tomboy, for that. That was it was great. I loved it. And it worked out great this morning. So, hey, there's Brutally. It was a good show this morning. I lurked the whole. Well, you should have stopped in and said, "Hey, Brutally, we missed you." That's great to have you here tonight as well. Thank you for that. We appreciate you very much. Good point, Lisa. But again, at the same time, if it wasn't for you, this morning wouldn't have went that way. So we appreciate you. And I'm grateful to have you on this team as well. Very much so. Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that too. Definitely. And anybody that's here, Sleuth Reloaded, hello. Thank you for joining us. Have you heard of I-70? Yes, I have. I have. Absolutely, Sleuth. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us tonight. Anybody that would be interested, by the way, that is a regular in here, that comes in on a regular basis, that is interested in jumping in the Discord with the rest of us, we do quite a bit of things in there. We hang out a lot, and we're going to be doing more things coming up, so on and so forth. So if you want to jump in and hang out with us on a regular basis, we can throw that link up as to how to become part of the Discord, and we would love to have you. We got plenty of room in there and plenty of great people with this community. I hope you had a great weekend. By the way, Brutally, it's great to have you here. I hope you had a great start and a great day today as well. I haven't heard from Brian in a few days, actually. I hope he's doing okay. I will have to email him and see what's going on. Brian has a tendency to do this or do that here and there now and again, so we'll find out if he's doing all right. Hilton Page, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you. Great to have you here. Thanks for sharing this, looking at anything we've done. It's awesome. Thank you so much, Hilton. We appreciate you joining us tonight. I hope to see all these new faces. I love seeing these new faces. And please, guys, come on back. We cover many different things, and it's just an amazing community. So I would love to see you guys here again and again. We really appreciate it so very much. There's the link as to how to become part of the Discord if you want to be. All you have to do is email our mod Brandy at mom350 at AOL.com. And yes, she still has AOL, and it works. Just title it Discord link and state your YouTube name so we know who you are. And Brandy will email you back a link, and you're all set. It is. It's absolutely amazing to see all the new faces. I appreciate it so very much, as does the rest of our team here, the Blue Crew. And thank you guys, all of you, for welcoming all the new faces as we do with everybody. We do appreciate you guys so very much. So, I did Matahari. We talked about that. I think it was middle of last week with the new update on the West Memphis 3. That's another one that I'm going to hit one of these days as a cold case, because I feel like it's a cold case. And I really, was pretty deeply into that and really wondered what was going on. Oh, Miss Tandy, you will be blue soon. Don't worry, dear. Just give it some time. You already are blue because of who you're with here. So you're blue by marriage. We'll put it that way. So let's see here. We aren't a one-trick pony in here. Oh, Walt, you're a mess. I love it, bro. Yes. Welcome to all the new members that we've gained over the past few weeks here. I really appreciate you guys. And I hope to see you guys around here for a long time. I hope to. Let's see here. All right. Well, I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'd love to see the people from the UK too. I love seeing our over the ponders guys. So we appreciate you just as much as the people from the States here, if not more. Thank you for that, Mark and Betty. Let them all know that if you know any of them that are fans of this channel, let them know we appreciate them very, very much. We have people that'll join us from over the pond on a regular basis, and I love that. As well as down under. Far was in here earlier. Or Q was. I don't think she still is, but she was. What are we talking about, Lisa? You're gonna have to go live earlier or later. I did go earlier. You were there. Mm-hmm. I'm not a celebrity, but I appreciate that very much. I'll give you an autograph. It ain't gonna be worth anything, but let me see here. Oh, yeah, I know. To hit the UK, because their hours are so different. What time is it over there right now, Mark and Betty, where you're at? It's probably, I'm going to have to say it's probably like early morning, 3-4 a.m. or something like that. I know that our hours are backwards. I know for a fact in Australia, it's probably 8 o'clock in the morning over there now, or roughly close to that. Thank you so much, SRB. And I want to thank anybody, by the way, that chooses to, it's 1:26 a.m. Okay, I was kind of close. Anybody that chooses to support our channel in this sense, guys, whether it be the Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App, guys, it's never, ever expected by any means whatsoever, but it is so very much appreciated. It does help me to come out here every single day and do what I do here. It helps me to pay the bills, the StreamYard, and all that other stuff and the internet. So thank you to anybody that does choose to do that, guys. It is so very much appreciated. Oh, that's so awesome. SRB, 19 months. Are you sure it's not been longer than that? Either way, happy Dagoversary to you, my dear. I appreciate you and everything you do for this team and for this community and this channel. We love you. This lady here is probably one of the sweetest people here, guys. And she's just amazing. Everybody in this community is, and I'm so very much adorned and appreciative of all of you. Thank you so much, Nobody. I appreciate you so very much as well. Congrats, SRB. That's awesome. Thank you so much for hanging on and sticking with us through the good and the bad. You are so very much appreciated. You and little Miss Sassy. You guys are great. Oh, yeah. She's awesome. She really is. Let's see here. I don't see any questions or statements about any of that. So besides that, I will be, thank you again for that, SRB, one more time. Besides that, I will be here in the morning. Hopefully Arctic's feeling better. I feel bad. He's got the same thing I had, I think. Anywhere between 10 and noon. Yeah, my appointment's at 9, so I'll be done by that with that. So I'd love to see all of you guys here for that. For those of you that don't work and that you can be here, so very much appreciate it, guys. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And every day thereafter. You guys are great. I think that at that point, can you peel yourself out of bed, Tomboy? Are you able to do it? It's okay, Lisa. There's never any issues with anybody coming in late, guys. It just doesn't matter. Real life is always first here. Real life and your family are always number one. I'm just a number 2 here. Whenever you're bored and you ain't got nothing else to do, drop on by, guys. We got plenty of room and plenty of great people to talk with. I would have to say Notre Dame, well, because I can't stand Ohio State, even though I live in Ohio. I used to have one of those relationships a long time ago, Lisa. I know you were asleep. I saw you say earlier that you had just gotten up at 2 or something like that. I understand. I'm sorry, SRB. My college team is Alabama, folks. I do not like Ohio State. I'm sorry. I do love the Browns, but I don't like Ohio State. I never have. And I know SRB, she's an Ohioan too, and I it is what it is. I get hate all the time for it, I promise. It was great to see you, Phil. We missed you this morning. We should have been in there. That was a great show. You'd have loved that one, Phil. And again, here's another thing real quick, guys. You're not sorry. We all know it. For that, no, I'm not. You're right. I'm not. That's one thing I will say. I'm not. I can't stand Ohio State. Real quick, though, for those of you that have been with the channel for a while, you may want to go check, because I was watching a video earlier that I guess this is everywhere now, not just here, everywhere, all through YouTube. If you're supposed to be or choose to be subscribed to this channel, you need to check it, because a lot of people have been being unsubscribed without their knowledge. So please go check that and make sure you're still subscribed if you want to be. If you're not and you're newer, please subscribe, share it out, like it if you will, folks, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss anything we do over here at the cafe. We appreciate you all so very much. And there was another part that I was going to say and I lost it. Oh, and of course, share it out. Like I said, I think I did say that anyway. Oh yeah, they are. Let me show you real quick here. Well, oh, SRB, you're crazy. Don't put yourself down like that. You're not just, if you're bored, some of us are loyal and always, well, you absolutely 100%. That is very true. And I appreciate every one of you deeply, brutally, for those of you that are always here and have been loyal to me for a long period of time. You guys are amazing people. You don't have to be, and you choose to be on a regular basis. And I love every one of you for that. That's fact. That is absolute fact, you guys. You can't go. This is, like I said, this is the best, in my opinion, the best community. I have the best community, the best moderators, and best producers and all of YouTube. And people can argue with me till they're blue on that one. I'll win every time because I know that's a fact. So it is what it is. Let me see here. Just to give Mark a little. I was watching this earlier too. Thank you, Mikey. And I love you too, brother. 100%. No lie. You know, they're claiming this to be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history. These fires, guys. This is horrific. Let me see here. No. Okay, let's go with this one.
Is given how dense some of these neighborhoods are, where we've seen orders and warnings. I mean, all the way to Wilshire and Santa Monica last week. We've seen.
I'm going to give you guys some updates on these fires that I haven't seen. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm a retired firefighter, and I've never seen as much devastation and loss. I'm in awe, and it's not for good. I've never seen anything like this. This is not something I could ever imagine seeing or ever having to deal with in my life, you guys. This is unbelievable to me.
To be that threshold, I'll see if our CAL FIRE partner from the state of California remembers what that threshold is for helicopters and fixed wing air tankers.
Please didn't say your name.
Oh, hold on. This is the wrong link, you guys. My apologies. 1 second. I must have hit the one next. This is the one I wanted to show. Okay. I just can't get over it. Like, this is these towns, the Palisades and Brentwood and all these areas that have been Altadena. They look like a bomb was dropped. They're gone. The whole town is gone, you guys. I've never seen anything like this. This almost, to me, is almost worse than with the hurricane. That was horrible. The hurricane did some very horrible stuff. And those people are still going through it horribly as it is. These towns are just gone. Like they didn't exist. It's crazy.
He is over the Palisades fire. I mean, Stu, you can attest to this. I was driving into work this morning, for the first time, did not see a glow on the ridge. It does seem like there's been substantial progress made, thank goodness.
You know, Jen, we cannot speak for the fire departments and or any of the fire management out here for the Palisades area, but I can tell you just from visually, it definitely looks like we have turned that corner, and hopefully those flames are going to stay at bay. Take a look at that. We're showing you some of that destruction right there, but what do you not see in this picture? You don't see any of that smoke. You don't.
Now, the problem with all this is awesome that they've made some progress, but those winds are going to be kicking back up again. And that's what scares me, because it's just like lighting a match and it's all gone. It's crazy.
Don't see any of that haze or any of that firefighting activity in the air, and that is a huge positive. Even this morning when Skyfox took off early in the morning and it's very dark outside, these cameras are designed really well, and any kind of small ember would really pop against that black background, especially up in the hillsides. We didn't see any of that. Now, of course, this is just visual from us. Like I always say, I'm just a guy in the back of a helicopter, but we're also taking a look at some of that devastation once again. That's that Palisades neighborhood that we once saw when we were making all that crazy effort to see through the haze and smoke. This morning, we don't.
Exactly, SRB. That's what I'm worried about. Those winds were hurricane force winds, guys, up to 100 miles per hour. Imagine that. You know what happens if you add wind to a campfire, folks. It makes it so much bigger. And that's how these fires were traveling like they were. Look at this. There's nothing here, guys. This has destroyed an entire town. Stores, restaurants, gas stations, everything is gone. And these people, I feel so bad for these people. And I've asked everybody, please, if we can, folks, everybody, keep all of these people that have dealt with this in your thoughts and prayers, please. Even if you're not a praying person, at least keep them in your thoughts, please. And thank you for that. Jamie Likens, welcome. Good to see you. Jurisdictions where the death penalty is applicable and accessory to murder charges subject to capital punishment. Thank you. Thank you for that piece of info, Jamie, and thank you for being with us tonight. Very much appreciate you.
Don't have any of that, but that all that devastation definitely remains out there. But we do see law enforcement. That's what we saw in the very first shot, and they are out here in force. They are definitely keeping an eye on all these people's properties. They don't want to add insult to injury with some sort of looting type of situation. But right now, as the fire goes, I'm really very hopeful and positive that when this next wind event comes, we're just going to start dealing with the ash and debris blowing off these hillsides. But take a look at that. 23,000 acres burned, most of it up in these hillsides, and it is completely void of any kind of vegetation. Everybody that lives in Los Angeles, we know what's coming next. But right now, we're just dealing with what we're dealing with, and hopefully.
Let's show you some of these tweets while Fox 11 is in commercial break here. Remember, we brought you the news, Max Gordon and our colleagues there.
Now, this is a bad part. 2 days ago when I was looking at this, it does look just like a war zone, Tandy, like they dropped a bomb. There was 5 people, 5 fatalities, and now we're up to 24. That's horrific to me. I was hoping that we wouldn't get any higher than that. Sadly, it has taken so many things from so many people, including people themselves, and it's very horrific to me.
There, Matt Finn and others, Bill Malusian on the ground with the news from the LA County Coroner's Office, the medical examiner's office, confirming that 24 people have been killed due to the wildfires in Los Angeles. That just came out, according to the LA County medical examiner. And so if we have the breakdown between the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, we can put that up for you. We're going to get that, and we do have it. I just don't have it in front of me. But right now, they're according to the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, the coroner, they're saying 24 people now confirmed to have lost their lives, to have been killed during these wildfires. There is a breakdown, though, between the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. We'll get you that in just a moment, that breakdown. But in the meantime, that is the latest major breaking news update from Los Angeles officials. In Pasadena, this just ended, this live community press conference and update on the Eaton fire. That just ended there. And so we'll include that in its entirety in some of our overnight hours and some of our continuing coverage of this. And so you saw there, you heard there from so many stakeholders, Pasadena Fire Chief, members of Congress, and members of the Los Angeles County kind of public system there, having to do with also.
And there was a statement put out earlier this morning that we had showed on our morning show that Washington has claimed that, we saw the statement. I can't say that it's going to happen. It would be a wonderful thing if they did. And if they do that, I would hope to see that they're going to help the hurricane survivors as well. But there was a statement put out that Washington is going to help cover 100%. That is what we saw, guys, right or wrong. 100% to help these people. Guys, there's over 110,000 people that had their fire insurance canceled over the past 2 months. Okay? Unbelievable. These people are, it's horrible. It is absolutely horrible, okay? So I hope that Washington holds to that. I really do. That's the only thing I can hope for. And if they do, I would love to see them do the same thing for these hurricane survivors, guys. They really need it.
Southern California Edison, Southern California Gas as well, just with more of this guidance to those in the area, especially in Altadena, that can't go home because they no longer have a home there. So I wanted to make sure we put that up as well. Remember, I had also said we were hearing before the break from some of these tech titans and tech moguls there in Silicon Valley. Elon Musk, yes, but also Jeff Bezos from Amazon doing his and his company's part in trying to make a difference and lend a helping hand. We've seen large efforts and small efforts, so to speak, as well. So if we could put that tweet up from Jeff Bezos. I do have this in front of me now because I know you're particularly interested in this, and that we just learned from the LA County Medical Examiner's Office that 24 people now confirmed to have lost their life due to these fires here. 8 individuals confirmed dead due to the Palisades fire, and 16 individuals confirmed dead due to the Eaton fire. And so this, of course, is going to be a story we're going to continue to follow throughout the course of the week here.
This is the other part to this that I was talking about those winds, the Santa Ana winds. Again, like they had stated, these are some of the worst winds they've ever seen, and they're worried that they're coming back again. And that's what this here was talking about here.
This joins me from Pacific Palisades. Also with me is NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Liz, you and your fellow correspondents out there have just done such incredible work covering this devastation. For those of us that aren't there, are watching these pictures on TV, describe for us what the scene is like right now in Pacific Palisades.
Hey, Ryan. Well, thank you. I mean, there's a little bit of good news right now, if you can say that, which is just that the winds have died down today. And so that means it's going to be critical today, the next few hours, for firefighters to continue to try to get a hold of these fires before this new wind event comes through. This is, as you mentioned, a PDS red flag warning, a very rare warning that we get for these extraordinarily strong winds. It's the same warning we got a week ago when this fire was ignited. Tomorrow will mark 1 week since this fire here ignited. And I'm at a home, one of the thousands of homes, just
12,000 structures destroyed, folks. That's unbelievable to me. It doesn't even like register as being real. Truly, it doesn't. It's unbelievable. And this, to look at this, like I said, this looks like World War II. You know what I mean? I've never seen anything like this.
Destroyed from these fires. And right on Sunset Boulevard, if I just go, half a mile down from here, you can see the beautiful, pristine Pacific coast. And this is where I myself was on Tuesday a week ago, trying to get into this fire where there was gridlock traffic. And just about a mile from here is where you'll see charred out cars of those cars that were abandoned by folks trying to get out. So there's still a lot of remnants of that day, but right now it's actually eerily quiet here. They have really locked it down to make sure nobody can get in and out. The National Guard has multiple roadblocks along with LAPD and firefighters, and that is because of this concern and issue with looters. They've arrested more than 40 people in this area who were not supposed to be in the evacuation area here, Ryan.
And you mentioned those strong winds. What are officials doing to prepare for the next 2 days as this appears to be incoming?
Yeah, well, officials are saying that they are better prepared this time than a week ago. That's what they're saying. They say that they have pre-positioned firefighters to some of the areas that seem to be like they could be the worst, strongest wind areas, particularly up in Ventura County. They're also going to have extra patrols in some of these areas where the fire is already burning. And they're also just really putting the word out there, and people in the public are really paying attention since we saw the damage a week ago. People who are in these regions where we're going to see these high winds are being told to be prepared, pack a bag, pack your car. Just know that this is a real situation. Another fire could ignite and you might need to get out at a moment's notice.
And Los Angeles County has declared a public health emergency due to concerns about air quality. Talk to us about what this emergency entails.
Yeah, I mean, that's impacting millions of people across Southern California right now. I know people who live in LA, they're not in some of the fire areas, and they've gotten out of town simply because of the smoke and the air quality. We know that air quality and the smoke is very dangerous for people. And so people are being told to stay inside if you can, particularly people with underlying health conditions. Just limit how much time you're spending out.
Absolutely. That's how these fires are spreading. Like they said in one video we were watching the other day, about 3 days ago, I think, when this first started, actually, how they didn't understand how there were fires burning on one side of town and on the other end of town. It's from those embers. Once those embers get up in the wind, I showed you guys the video where they're going down the road. It looked like a river of embers, and anything they touched. Oh, there's Mom. How's your head feeling, Mom?
I feel a little bit better.
You sound better. Is it sinuses or is it just a headache?
I think it's just sinuses and stress and a whole slew of
life
things at once. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You sound a little better. You still sound like you're a little miserable. Did you take anything for it or?
Ibuprofen. I don't even like taking that. I don't put any kind of chemicals in my body that I can keep from. So
I get it. I get it. I took ibuprofen and Tylenol, and it didn't really work. Somebody told me to take Sudafed. I don't like taking that because of the other things it can do. I just truly what worked for me, and maybe it'll help you. I don't know where your headache is actually at, Mom, but when I took a towel, like a dish towel type thing, and I got it really hot, and then I stuck it in the microwave for a few minutes to get it. It's hard to touch, but you know, as hot as I could. And I sat there and I laid it right across my face here, and I'm telling you that truly, I felt a release, and the headache went away within like 15 minutes. So maybe that'll help you. I don't know.
I'm gonna try anything as long as I don't wake up with it again tomorrow, because I felt it coming last night and then I woke up with it today. So
Try. You don't have any neck issues or anything, right?
yeah, I broke my neck in a semi-wreck when I was 22.
Well, okay. But I mean, you don't have anything ongoing where that you have issues like all the time from it right now. You know what I mean? That causes your headache.
I don't normally get headaches from it. I just get
Okay.
debilitating pain and knots and
right. Absolutely. Awesome.
my discs
Another.
are all out of socket.
I'm here with you on that one. It's awesome to have you here, Hilton. Another Down Under, another member from Down Under. We appreciate you very much. We have a lot of friends from Australia, actually. But yeah, try that, Mom. If you, when you're done, lay down or lay back, like, you know, like this, and lay that there as hot as you can get it, and just hold that there. And that might actually help. And you can do it on the back of your neck too, like right at the base of your head, because you have sinuses that run all around your head. That might help you there too. It really did for me, guys. I'm not lying. I had to do it more than once though, because I was really bad. Everything was just locked down in there, and I could feel it break open when it did. And Tomboy's thing my grandmother used to do, and that works too. Plain black cold coffee and 2 aspirin helps. And I do this is what I do here, the 2 Tylenol and 2 ibuprofen. I call it the cocktail, and that does help with some things. That helps with my back pain, actually. But I know you don't like to take certain stuff, so. I'm just sorry you're going through that. You don't have your normal uppity, happy sounding voice. So, what else is going on? Anything new? Can you hear me? Are you still there, Mom?
I muted myself. See, that was probably the most important thing I've ever said. No, I said same shit, different day. Nothing changed. Just same stress, different days.
Yeah, I get it.
Going stir crazy.
Oh,
Kids are
yeah.
always going through, normal stuff.
You're not used to the not working thing yet, huh?
Nope.
Yeah, that's crazy. I get it. I went through that too. I went through it too. I understand. So what do you think of this fire situation? All this stuff going on with these fires?
They arrested a bunch of people. Like, you had these freaking idiots setting their house on fire, and then did you see that Ben Affleck, the FBI, was at his house today?
No. What? Are you
Mhm.
serious? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Whoa. Really?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Let me see something here.
Bring my cigarettes to the desk. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, shit. Here it is. You ain't lying. Let's see. What's this all about? We got a couple things here on this, guys. This is interesting. Thanks, Mom. I'd have never known that. Let's see what Ben did, guys. Welcome, woman doing chaos. Wonderful to have you here. I clicked the wrong link again. Sorry. Hold on a minute.
All right, I'm back. I went to grab my cigarette, so if you see anything, I missed it.
I didn't. I'm just loading it. I'm struggling because I'm goofy. Let's see what we got. Mrs. T, good to see you tonight. Oh, wait a minute. What? There's 27 million missing that was donated for those people in North Carolina, 25 for concert, and 2 million from Dolly. Oh, God. Here we go with that again. That's amazing. Jesus. Okay. Let's see what we got going on with Ben.
Makes an unexpected visit to Ben Affleck's neighborhood. Over the weekend, federal agents and local law enforcement from the LA County Sheriff's Department pay a visit to the Hollywood actor's neighborhood as part of an investigation related to the ongoing Los Angeles wildfires. A spokesperson for the FBI tells E! News, quote, members of the FBI's Ground Intercept Task Force are conducting activity in the area of the Palisades fire relative to unauthorized drone activity. Agents and our local partners may be visible throughout the area, including at various residences for this reason. Photos obtained by TMZ appear to show officers outside Ben's house, which is located near the Palisades. The FBI would not confirm to E! whether they were specifically at Ben's home. E! News has reached out to Ben's rep for comment, but has not yet heard back. And while the FBI did not share specifics regarding the unauthorized drone activity, on January 9th, a private drone struck a Canadian firefighting plane, resulting in damage to the government property. The firefighting aircraft was assisting ground support in battling the wildfires that have been raging in Los Angeles for the past week, with many structures from the Pacific Palisades to Pasadena and beyond being destroyed. With Ben being close to the Pacific Palisades, he evacuated his home on January 7th and was headed to see his ex-wife, Jennifer Garner, who's also the mother to his 3 children, Serafina, Violet, and Samuel. Ben returned home days later with his house untouched by the wildfires. And while their homes are currently marked safe, the fires have made a terrible impact on the family. Jennifer Gardner shared with MSNBC on January 10th that she lost someone due to the fires.
I did lose a friend who did not get out in time. And, you know.
How has it been for you just to see all this?
It's just, my heart bleeds for my friends. I mean, I can think of 100 families and there are 5,000 homes lost. I could just write out a list of 100 friends who lost their homes. It's just like, I feel almost guilty walking through my house. Just, you know, what can I do? How can I help? What can I offer? What do I have to offer with these hands and these walls and the safety that I have?
Well, that's interesting. So we got drones and fires, and then the drones are involved. Jesus. Didn't we have enough drones already, you guys? Good God. That's pretty wild.
2025 is coming in hot. No pun intended.
It really is, though. Like, I mean, Jesus, we just got out of a really shitty year, and this is how we're starting the new year, guys. We're not even halfway through the month completely yet. It's the 13th. This is nuts. Let's see. Hold on here. Okay, we got some other stars talking about what's going on with these fires. We've heard from Steve Guttenberg, James Woods, Jennifer Gardner now. And let's see what we got here.
Everything devastated to the left, everything devastated to the right. Look at this guy's house. It's just standing there. Oh, look at all the ash.
Julia's house may be gone down here on the right.
Is she on the right?
Yep.
Oh, no. Well, that's not
She's
good.
right down here, 100 yards down here.
It is.
Coming down.
No.
Unless hers is right there that went down.
I do believe Julia Louise Dreyfus lost her house as well. There's a lot of these people. And guys, I said this yesterday and this morning. These people, just because they're movie stars and rock stars and they're celebrities, they're still people. They're still just like the rest of us. They're still losing everything. They're still going through this. They're human like the rest of us. And I've seen people in a couple other places that were covering this stuff talking about, well, they have the money, they can fix it, they can do this, they can do. Stop saying stuff like that. That's not what it's about, you guys. It's not about that. And you cannot replace, things that you've had in your family forever. You just can't. And it's still the trauma of going through it. I don't care who you are. It's crazy. That's don't say stuff like that. I'm not saying anybody in here said it, but I've seen other people saying it. It's like, no, that's not the way to do this. Critical, welcome. Good to see you. The first fire was created by an electrical tower transformer. Law enforcement has video of it from a residence. Wow. Was it in somebody's backyard, Critical? Because that was the whole story, that's where this started, was in somebody's backyard. That's true, too. Some celebrities don't have a second home. Jenny Garth stayed at her ex-husband's house with her family. A lot of people were displaced, and that's it. They're still humans who have lost everything. They're still going through this when we're not, I have, like I said, we have some battalions that have left here to go there to help because they need all the people they can get to help with this, guys. And like I said, keep your fingers crossed and pray that over the next few days, these winds don't kick up bad enough to get this going, because some of these places that were burnt, that aren't burning right now, they're still hot. Okay. And all that the spots that were burnt needs is a good wind to get that hot again, get those embers up blowing, and boom, that's all it takes. So sorry.
I get mixed up. I think this is Hancock Street. Trying to save an old Porsche with great memories from college. Let go. Oh my God! Look at that. Get back in. Oh my.
That's absolutely true, Matahari. Thank you for saying that. She says, yes, and as much as we want to complain about how they have the money, fact is that many will be taken advantage of by shitty contractors, inflated prices because they have the money. They know that these people will pay top dollar to get their homes rebuilt, okay, or repaired or whatever they have to do. And it's ignorant. It's absolutely ignorant. Not to mention, like I said, over 110,000 people thus far over the past 60 days have lost their fire insurance. We don't know if any of them are those people. People can't just reach in their pockets and rebuild what they've had. So not everybody, even these people, not all of them, okay? And there are regular people like us that live out here too, folks. Remember that. And they've lost everything as well. So thank you, Matahari. That's it.
Weather Service has predicted that this red flag warning will remain in effect in this county and much of Ventura County through Friday.
So I just turned it on, but it took me a second. But this is actually a fire chief, and they're doing an incredible job. I know from people.
Welcome, Wisdom. It's good to see you tonight, Miss Sherry. Thank you for being here.
People who are firsthand witness the firemen are just, my head's off with all. But this is infuriating me. It's infuriating. What is fire chief of Los Angeles County doing on television, begging and like asking for a place? It's so shocking to me that we live in a state where we pay incredible taxes. Peter and I are shocked to hear that this is what's happening, so.
And don't forget, you guys, don't forget, part of the problem with this is the 17 million in budget cuts that they took away from the fire departments in California this past year. Before this happened, there's that too, okay? This is why we have firefighters coming from all over the country that have left here, Texas, Indiana, Michigan, to go to help, and they're taking equipment with them as well as teams with them to help with this, because they don't have the manpower or the equipment to do this, because they've cut $17 million worth of budget cuts that they put in a state that has wildfires on a regular basis. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. None. It's ridiculous. So just saying. Miss Sherry said Biggs warned them a year ago. I mean, hey, Unbelievable.
So for me, I'm just at a loss for words. This is not a distant suburbs of something. This is the entire Malibu PCH, that drive, that row of houses, they're all gone. Everything is gone. The entire Palisades is gone. Everywhere we shot, we went, all his. Sorry, I just don't mean to ramble, but this is where we
Good point,
reside.
Mike.
I'm looking at Peter. We're shocked. This is crazy. I'm choking up watching this because, again, a lot of our friends are affected. I don't understand why state of California does not have funds for that. We're dealing with fires every year. It seems like twice, three times. Am I wrong in saying
That's why.
this? It seems like twice, three times a year, somewhere up north, this happens. When was this that we don't have enough? What haven't I paid? Have you paid taxes? Yeah, 40%. Yeah, I pay a lot. We drowned in that. And so why is this still happening to such degree in this place is beyond me. It's shocking. And this is Hollywood Hills.
Exactly, Matahari. I can understand doing that here in Ohio or in Pennsylvania or Michigan or somewhere that we don't have the issues they have. That makes sense here, okay? As much as I don't want that to happen here either, because we need that. But there, of all places, I mean, what? It's just the dumb. I agree. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. As well. I agree with you. Yeah. Again, not to mention, keep in mind, this is a state that harps on pollution and the pollution that's being caused right now. It's insane. They're putting out air quality warnings left and right, red flag warnings, things that they've never done. They've never had to put this out, guys. That's how bad this is. They're basically saying that people can't even walk out of their homes. Are you kidding me? This is insane. Shaker Maker, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Justice Jane, good to have you here. Oh, that's it. And that's another thing. Their premiums are all going to go nuts. For those that still have their insurance that wasn't cut or dropped, they dropped these people like dead weight because, well, they looked around and said, we can't cover you. It's too dangerous. What? It's crazy. Then we have that too. They were running out of water left and right, folks. Left and right. There were firefighters showing up to the scenes of some of these fires. They go to tie into the hydrant and it's dead. There's nothing there. So they have to stand there and watch this thing burn. I watched a video yesterday of this happening, and the people are standing there going, what do we do? And they're running around getting buckets of water from their pools and throwing it on the, like, what? This is insane. It's absolute insanity. Insurance was dropping people during the fires as well. What is going on in this country, you guys? Come on. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. You know, people buy insurance, renter's insurance, fire insurance, flood insurance to protect themselves. They spend a lot of money on this stuff every year to have peace of mind. When something like this happens, everybody's okay. Well, it sucks. This is really rough, but we'll be okay. And they don't even have that now. That's so very sad to me. Ask this question. If you remove the batteries and smoke detectors or disable the sprinkler systems, you're responsible for, are you not responsible for related deaths? I would think so. I absolutely would think so. Yes. You should be, Phil. You definitely should be. That's crazy. Unbelievable.
This brush fire, LA City Fire is aware of this fire. They have immediately called for the 20 closest trucks to respond out here. However, accessing this fire is going to require more than trucks. They're going to have to get a quick force over here.
Hollywood Hills. Now this is next to us. This is now, we're talking Hollywood Hills. My God.
This thing is blowing up before our eyes. It is a very sizable fire that is spreading rapidly up there. And
oh my God!
Let's give the street names again, if we could. Curson was one of them, and right now, Lucas.
Yo, please, just if you're in Hollywood, I'm sure you're watching TV, but get out now. This was this big 5 minutes ago. Look at the size of this. It's literally going down to WeHo.
Franklin Avenue.
Babe.
When I was live with this, were you? I think you were here, Mom. The first day I covered this, to Friday. Was it Friday, maybe? I was live with this. I started our show, and I think it was the Palisades fire. And there were 3,000 acres burned at that point. By the end of our show, which was 3 hours, I think, there was 12,000 acres burnt. It was moving that fast. And it's way beyond that now. But I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is insane. Yeah, that's true too. LA was supposed to host the Olympics in 2028. That's not going to happen now. Not at all. Hey, Jesse, good to see you, my friend. Good morning to you in Thailand. I think you were in Thailand unless you moved. Thank you for joining us, Jesse. I hope you're having a great new year. Hope you had a great holiday, sir. It's great to see you. Let's see here. On we go.
Which is where the fire department is responding right now. Almost certainly they'll have LAPD going door to door here to start evacuating this neighborhood.
They're going to go to the bottom of the mountain
and Nichols Canyon
and
Road.
just line up the trucks
here between Vista Street and Nichols Canyon is right now.
Hey, guys, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. This breaks my heart. This is exactly where
This fire itself is at least 50 acres.
Yeah. Oh my God. It was this big when I started watching. Look how fast it went down. Guys, I used to live on Carson.
It's those winds. The winds are doing it.
All right, and what Javon was trying to mention is that the LAFD is asking for 15 additional engines from the valley or the city. Driving on scene now, we're trying to...
Babe, what are we...
They spoke to, I watched the video last night. They were speaking to a battalion captain for CAL FIRE, which is, they're huge. They're all of California's fire service. They have all of their resources are being extended, and they don't have anything left. Everything's out all over the state. They brought everything in that they can. They've even brought things down from northern. They're bringing, like I said, firefighters in from Ohio, Indiana, I heard Pennsylvania, and now we're here in Texas as well. It's crazy. It is quite unnatural, Miss Sherry. I have to say that too. Same with Helene. This is way beyond natural disaster, folks. This blows this out of the water. Please do the research into the amount of environmental damage caused by these fires year after year. Pay close attention to black carbon dust and the effects on polar caps and ice. Interesting, Phil. Thank you for that. I'll have to look into that. Good to have you here, Shaker Maker. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate seeing you tonight. Yeah, that's what they need to do. Is all those, and I'm not going to get into political conversation, folks. I'm just saying all those immigrants that have come here, put them to work. Please. Put them to work right now. You know, we need those people, clearly. Good point, Mikey. What's happening, Carl Ferguson? Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much, guys. Please, as you're coming through the door, make sure to hit that like button, if you will, please. I appreciate that so very much.
You asking for help
as quickly as they can, because this is a nightmare scenario for another canyon. A fire has erupted.
Oh my God, this is huge.
Another canyon, and it's being driven by the winds. All right.
West Hollywood, get out. Look, I'm I'm just Max from Dance with the Stars. But I'm watching news just like everybody else. I am appalled. I'm shocked. This is Hollywood Hills fire that just broke out. I understand everybody's overwhelmed. Everybody's.
And you guys do understand that this is going to affect the movie and TV industry as well. What's up, Demon? Good to see you tonight. Which is going to be a huge thing. That's all going to be shut down for rebuilding, if what survives it, I should say. I think is it Movie City or something like that that's in that area there. I've already heard that they've had to either evacuate, shut down, or some of it was affected per se, maybe. I don't know who he is, Matahari. I'm not 100% sure. I think this Maxim Moskovsky. I can't ever say his name. I think that's who that is. Oh, the animals are running. Okay, the wild animals, they're running in directions that they shouldn't be. And they're probably losing their lives as well. It's changing everything. It's going to change the whole state in that sense, in my opinion. It's horrific. That's a good point too. Breeding of the animals will be affected, of course. So will their natural resources that they live off of, Miss Sherry. Think about that. That's not going to be available to them. Max from Dancing with the Stars. Oh, that's who that. Okay. Thank you, Critical. Absolutely, Matahari. I never watched that show. I didn't know.
There's a lot of stuff going on, but to right now the person that was big, what is that called? The journalist or whoever, the person who was doing the interview, he was saying that there was only 1 or 2 water drops, and only now are the firefighters sort of coming up. We've been watching this for the last 15 minutes.
I saw that, CZ. That's horrific. It really is.
It's become from a little thing into this. I don't understand. Thank you, firefighters, for this incredible job. But at the same time, where are the resources? And how come we're overwhelmed in a place that always has fires? And now it's me outside of my neighborhood where it's supposedly safe, looking at this. I don't know if you could see it, but that's on our side now. Get out of town with these fires. I mean, damn. I hope everybody stays safe, and thank God for LA firefighters. I just wish there was like 10 times more of them and they had adequate resources for all of this nonsense, because what the are we doing?
Our community is beyond devastated. We are all pulling together. A lot of my friends have lost their home. I'm waiting to see if our home will be there. Right now, it's just a waiting game. But I just want you to know I appreciate all the texts and DMs and anything you can do in terms of donations. Everyone will take it. We'll give you a list. And all we can do is wait.
Sandra, it's right here. I got everything I could.
Good morning. Thank you for all your well wishes. I'm in a hotel. I don't have a home anymore. My house is gone. It's literally gone. I've been crying all night. Thank God everybody is safe. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to compartmentalize this. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, we watched James Woods yesterday or day before, I think. But yeah, who's the other actor? Dennis Quaid. There's all these people, guys. Like I said, they're human. They're people just like the rest of us, and they're going through it. And they need everybody else to stand up and put their hand out and help. You know, I know what people are going to do. People are going to step back from them. And, well, they don't need us because they're rich and they're this and they're that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Remember, we're all the same brothers and sisters under the same God. Be human and reach out if you can, please.
All my stuff, all the last 5 years of my life. So the only thing I can do is go to work, and I'm gonna go to work today, like I go to work every day. And I'm gonna rebuild it, I think. I don't know how.
Wow. Shout out to all the firefighters out here.
All right, we're currently packing up to evacuate the house, and Otis is ready to go.
Poor
Aren't you,
kitty.
bud? We got our hard drives, other important things. All right, let's do this.
Okay, so
Thank you.
there's a fire right by my house. We're with friends, but anybody who's in the Hollywood Hills, I've just been having this like intuitive feeling that we're in a bowl of how everything is like surrounding Hollywood, and now this is at the center of Hollywood. Everybody needs to just evacuate. Go right now. Just go. Like, why stay? Go. I am in the car. Sunny and I are safe and we're driving, but the reason why I say evacuate now, even if it's not close to you, if you have somewhere to go, because there's traffic and you're
Staying safe tonight. Lots of love, lots of prayers.
Really just comes in waves, but I just want to go home. I just want to see all my stuff and sit on my couch. And really want to go home. I'm so homesick.
craziest thing when you're packing for a fire is that your brain just like freaks out. You're like, what do I need? What do I not need? It's so overwhelming. Packing up a house, I mean, I only have like 2 pairs of jeans, 2 shirts. I got so much more clothes for the kids. But I'm like, why didn't I grab more? And thankfully I grabbed anything, and that's such a blessing. And obviously the main thing is that we're safe and got out. But it's like, oh my gosh, you really just like panic, and then a party wants to leave stuff, and you like, I'm coming back. Like, of course I'm coming back for all this. So, I'm just praying for everybody else who's going through this, and all my friends and loved ones. Thank God we have our health and our children, and I know that, and that's just trying to focus on the gratitude. It just kind of comes in waves. It's a lot.
You just want to look good? At work today, talking to people here who have lost their homes in LA in this catastrophic fires, I should say. Just talking to my buddy Cameron Matheson. I have 4 friends that completely just lost their homes. It's hard to explain the level of devastation that's happened. We had to evacuate in the middle of the night, and thank God my family's safe. Our house is a mess, but still standing. So thank God for that. And just a shout out to all the wonderful firemen, firefighters out there, not just in LA, but that have come from all over the area. We've been talking to firefighters from all over the area, even as far as Arizona, Nevada, that come help. God bless you guys. You guys are heroes and incredibly awesome. And keep doing this great work. And we'll be here bringing you the latest updates. Take care. God bless.
Hi, friends. I wanted to check in here
I have had so many texts and messages, and also because of what I've been posting on Story about the fires in LA and specifically in Pacific Palisades. I'm in LA right now, and it's just been devastating to watch. I looked out my window and on Tuesday morning and said, "Oh, looks like there's a fire in the Palisades or in Malibu. Something's going on." And to where we're at today and seeing probably 80% of the Palisades just gone. We lived in the Palisades for 30 years. When Val and I got married, we bought our first home up in the Palisades.
Welcome back, Mom. Are they having fires like this in Australia this year too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or messaged me probably about 2 weeks ago. Me and her were talking about like it's bad over there. Like they have the flood seasons, the rainy seasons where everything floods.
Right.
And if it's not, it's burning. And she's bad sick right now. She's been sick for a few weeks.
She was in here in the beginning of the show tonight for a little bit.
She's around a little bit here and there, but she's not doing good at all. And you know, it sucks, man, because the beautiful animals and everything that they're losing by the acreage. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, the wild animals that live, they're being run and pushed, out of their areas, and like they're losing their resources to live on, and it's affecting everything, the entire environment. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. It's just unbelievably horrible. Like I said, all we can do, is pray and hope and keep all these people in our thoughts. Like I said, I don't care if they're rich, if they're not rich. They're still human beings. They're still people like the rest of us. Please pray for these people. First off, that they survive this. Okay, because this is dangerous, you guys. You have no idea how fast fire can overcome a person and their home and their just everything. It's crazy. So that's the number one priority. That their lives are protected. Then, the other side of it, of course. Welcome, Paula. That's just crazy.
Highlands and lived there, and then throughout the years of our life, we've always had a home in either the Palisades or Malibu. And our kids went to elementary and middle school in the Palisades. They went to Pali High for high school. And it really is our community. It has been up until last year. And so all of our friends are still there. And it's so sad, the amount of people who've lost their homes and their businesses. And that, I know them personally. They're my friends. And I feel so helpless. And it's weird because the fires are still burning. You can't get in there. You can't even go to help and salvage anything that might be left through the destruction. And so we're just waiting for these fires to stop. And I've been crying my eyes out. I've been so depressed, and I think I sat on my sofa the majority of the day and watched the news and was on the phone and calling everyone I knew. And
absolutely, Matahari. That was the only link that I would put out during the hurricanes was Samaritan's Purse, because it's the only one I knew to trust. I don't know if they're going to be helping with this situation as well. If so, then of course I'll start posting that link again for this. The other ones, I just didn't know to trust them. So, yeah, very good point, Paula. Agreed. These people, this is their life, you guys. They've built their life, and it's just gone. In a moment, it's gone. So remember that.
Just watching what was happening, and it's just heartbreaking. We saw videos of our home that we just sold, last year. That whole neighborhood is decimated. The whole street is gone. There's nothing left of the house and, you know, my neighbors' homes. And I've talked to them, and it's so sad. And I talked to the man that bought our home, and you know, he just moved in 6 months ago, and he had said it was really feeling like home for them, and they loved it. And
Thank you, Mom. There's the link right there for Samaritan's Purse. This is the link, the only link that I would post during the hurricane disaster, the only one I would trust still. And it, I think Matahari said that they're running this for the fires as well. So if anybody does choose and wants to donate to help to support this, there you go, guys. That's the best one that I can offer at this point, because I don't know of any others that are trustworthy, truly. Okay. That's the best one that I know of. And if I find any other good ones that I find to be trustworthy, I'll definitely put those as well. Thank you again, Mom, for finding that and pulling that up there.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust donating to anything other than Samaritan's Purse. I'm not going to put out anything for any other donations, because these people have been vetted and we know for sure that they help. It's just like when the Helene happened in North Carolina, you had people begging to donate to local churches or bring it yourself.
Yeah, because
none of these people can be trusted.
There was so many bad links going out and bad, you know, donation areas going out that were people were taking things and taking them to other places and giving them for themselves and stuff. Like, that's not what this is about, guys. So that's, like Mom said, Samaritan is the only one that I trust as of now. I haven't learned of any other that are vetted, so that's the one that I'll continuously post. How does a fire insurance company just close and cancel a policy when it's paid for? That's a great question, Demon. They drop them. They drop their policies. That's what they're doing. They've been doing it.
They've done it here in Florida. They dropped a bunch of people's policies, and now you have some kind of neighborhood thing where you have to go together, and so many people have to go together to get insurance in your neighborhood or whatever, and it's
insane.
Welcome to the free America.
Yeah, this is our new world, folks. It's scary, and we have to help and support each other, you guys. Remember that, please. Please. We don't have nothing else. We are all we have. We need to be honest, supportive, and real with people, okay? And not try to take advantage of anyone. Just be who you are. Treat people like you would want to be treated yourself, and then some. That's all. That's what it's about, okay? These people, none of us have anybody else but each other. Remember that. I always say that. We are all the same brothers and sisters under the same God, and we only have each other. We have to support each other, period. So,
full picture, sitting outside in the pool, at the pool area with his cat. And he said, this was the picture I took yesterday, and then today it's gone. And, you know, even though we don't live there anymore, it's so many memories. And you always hope that when you sell a house, that the person you sell it to is enjoying it and feels all of the goodness from the home that you experienced. And so it's just pretty heartbreaking to look at it. I mean, we rebuilt that whole home, and
you wouldn't think so, Cara, but there was a whole thing I read and watched that they were canceling. Maybe it is between the monthly whatever, but they were canceling. They canceled. No, it's up to 110,000 now, Tandy. There was 75,000 canceled. Now it's up to about 110,000 last I saw that. So it could be that was just when they were going to renew. They just dropped it. You know what I mean? Which is crazy to me. That all happened over the past 60 days too.
You know, had just put a lot of time and energy into making that home what it was today. And so we have so much love for it, and it's just so sad to like there's not even a wall that's standing on it. Anyway, I don't want to get dramatic. I'm already dramatic. And I'm just so sad for everyone. I'm so sad, and it's just sad to see a city that we've loved so much and have so many friends in who are still there be left with nothing. So my heart just breaks. I'm really sad. And I just want to go help. I just want to go help. And we're just sitting here waiting because we can't do anything yet. So just praying for it.
Thank you so much for all your donations to Mutt Nation Tractor Supply Relief for Rescues Fund. Thanks to y'all jumping into action, we have over $200,000 headed to the animal victims and the shelter victims of the wildfires in LA. And starting today at Tractor Supply at checkout, you can donate either online or in person, and 100% of that continues to go to relief funds. So from Mutt Nation and Tractor Supply friends, thank y'all so much for helping us out, and we're going to continue to send prayers and love and light.
That was Miranda Lambert. Thank you, Tomboy. One moment here. There was another one that I was just... Somebody sent me a link to as well. Hold on.
Like a trip, they don't know who his owner is, so I wanted to show him so you guys could see, and so he can go back to his home. And I'm also going to be fostering another dog who was surrendered by his family, who lost their home in the fire, and we're going to go and see if there's any other dogs where they're still looking for their owners. And just want to tell everyone that this is such an incredible charity, what they do for animals.
Wow,
they're
Taker.
doing so much work. So that what's most important is getting donations. So I'm going to put the...
All right, SRB, thank you so much. Great show tonight. I appreciate everything you did, as always. And I'll hopefully see you tomorrow morning. Have a great night. Get some sleep. It's getting late. I'm going to go through just a little bit more of this, and we'll be done for the night, too. Thanks again, SRB. Much love, hon.
Information below. Yeah, I just wanted to come here today and to share my platform and raise awareness and really highlight incredible foundations that are just doing this work, because these are our babies, and we're gonna find your owner. So I'm gonna post a longer video so you guys can really see him, and we're just gonna get the word out there. Please, if you can put the word out to more people that know, better will find him his home. I love you. And he was from the Altadena fires. How long has he been here?
It would say on the card, so I could tell you if I close the kennel. That way I can get a better idea.
Okay, I love you, buddy.
And we can give you the ID number too, so that if you post it, you can say what ID number it is in case someone thinks it is their cat. It's like he's definitely someone's cat.
Yeah.
Let's just breathe and release everything. It's a process that we're in. It's a process. We've been through a lot collectively as humanity.
That's crazy, Paul.
Because even if nothing happened to you per se, so much has happened to humanity recently. So let's maybe collectively fall into each other's arms.
This is Kim Fields. She played Tootie on Facts of Life, for those of you that don't know who this is.
sigh and weep and go through this process. We've been through some trauma, so this is when we have that opportunity to show up for one another, to love one another, to support one another, to see what we're made of, to cry, to be angry, to be disappointed. No one says ready, set, weep. No one says ready, set, angry, ready, set, disappointment, ready, set, stunned. When you think of a new month or new year or new energy, but here we are, family, here we are. So let's do what we do. Let's keep doing, because so many have already started the process. Don't rush the bounce back, and keep checking in with you. Yes, we check in with our colleagues, our friends, our loved ones, people we may not know.
One of the main things I'm afraid to see may happen. That's a great question, Shaker. Where's everyone going to go? Is this another agenda to raise housing prices and rents? I mean, who knows? What I'm afraid to see is, because so many people have no insurance now, because there is so much destruction, is when this is all said and done, just like what has happened in Hawaii, that a lot of these developers are going to slide in and drop pennies on the dollar for this property, for these, yes, land grab. Exactly, Paula. That's what I'm afraid I'm going to see. We're going to see in some senses here, guys. This is just horrible. This is not what we're supposed to do to each other by any way, shape, or form at all. I don't care if these people have 10,000 times what I have. You don't do this to each other, period. Okay? It's just, that's all there is to it. You don't. So I hope that these people, I hope it doesn't happen that way. I really, truly hope it don't. But I don't know, Mom, you've seen this happen. You know what I'm talking about. And I have a feeling that we will see it in some sense. Truly, I can truly say that. By who? The developers, the people that want this land, that will jump all over this land because of where it's at. At some point, it'll be worth something again. Okay? It may not be right now. Once it's redeveloped and cleaned up, think about it. It's in a location that is like, you know, royalty per se. Think about that. I think it's gonna I'm afraid that I'm gonna see that it's gonna happen. That's just my opinion. You guys, I might be wrong. I hope I am. I really do. I just have a bad feeling about it.
But check in with you. Check on your mental. Know what you can bear and what you can't at that moment. We're always stronger than we think we are, but sometimes our strength gets tired, and that's okay, of course.
It's sunny. I've just been watching the news, and I am just so hurt and devastated and prayerful about everything that's going on in California. I have so many friends there, people that I grew up with, people that I don't know.
Good point, Phil.
And I see the suffering. And so just wanted to let everyone know that my prayers go out to you. I'm praying hard. And I'm going to do my little part in terms of donating to the courageous men and women that are fighting these fires, in the hopes that tomorrow will be a better day and next week will be even better, and it will get better. So love you, And again, prayers up.
Have been donating lightly worn, basically most of them are new with tags, clothes, to a place that needed them. About 10 boxes that are each like 50 pounds. I made sure that they had a place to go. I post to inspire, to motivate, and to hopefully get more donations that way. Then I see comments like, people don't need that, they need money, or they don't waste your time giving people your second hand-me-down clothes. Who are we to say that somebody couldn't use a solid new coat with tags on their backs? We don't know every single person that was affected by these fires, but this is a perfect example of what makes people discouraged or what makes people just not want to give back at all and just sit.
That's one more thing you guys can't forget too. There are people affected by this. A lot of them that don't have the money that these celebrities have. There's that too. A lot of them that live in these areas that don't have that money, guys. They can't just go out and replace their wardrobes or their furniture or things like that, or just go build another house or go buy another house tomorrow. They're just like the rest of us, blue collar people that live in these areas too, that are, you know, fit in between, and they don't all have that kind of money. They can't just go do that. So there's that too.
In silence. Why even lift a finger when people just criticize you for being of service? However, that's not going to stop me from contributing what I can contribute. I also saw another post by somebody that if you don't have millions of dollars, just don't waste your time. What type of messaging does that? Every dollar, every penny, every jacket, every blanket is helpful. I'm grateful for your service, and I'm sure somebody could use it. So don't let that discourage you.
Real quick, I'm not sure why this has to be said, but since it has to be said, I'm going to be the one to say it, okay? God is not punishing the people in California for how they live or who they voted for. Are you all dumb? Huh? The hate that's coming out of you all's mouth is ridiculous.
That is insane. I've seen that and heard that too, that there's a lot of negative people out there that are saying stuff like that. I've seen it on Twitter in a couple places. Believe it or not, I was on Twitter. In another small video I watched yesterday where they're saying, well, that's what they get. These people are, I know what she's talking about. These people are being punished for the way they live their lives. And that because because they're taking from the people that don't have it. Does that make any sense to anybody? That's just stupid and ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it's ridiculous. And more people need to say how dumb that is. That shows maturity levels in a lot of people, guys. It's partly what's wrong with society nowadays. So
Ridiculous. These are people's lives that they are losing. Their homes for generations that they are losing. Their land. What is wrong with you? Wildfires are natural disasters just like hurricanes and earthquakes and tsunamis. Didn't we lend help on the east coast of this country? I am so confused right now. And placing blame is not helping at all. And I don't care what you feel like people have in their pockets to replace what they've lost. Everybody out there is not rich, okay? I am so confused as to where the plot left us. Where is the love and compassion? Try that.
Thank
My
you.
heart goes out to all my loved ones here in California as we struggle through this. And yesterday, I clearly.
Oh, okay, that's DJ from Roseanne. Sorry, it took me a minute to figure out who.
Triggered people, so I might as well go all the way in. It's not political for me. This is personal right now. But the truth is, it's personal for all those around the world dealing with catastrophic disasters. So stop fighting. Stop making it about a vote or a politician. Start getting together and banding together and building community. And if you really want to know, I don't ask the government to solve it, because by the time they get here, it's too late. That's why I'm out volunteering. It's why I'm doing things in my community. It's why I'm trying to build community on here. You want to do something, support your first responders, because they don't get enough love. So
Amen
do
to that
something
one,
kind for the
brother.
first
Amen to
responders
that
in your
one.
area. If you have extra, feel free to donate. but love each other, and let's get together and start actually building community and helping, because we need each other.
The fires in Southern California have sort of gripped our nation.
Yes.
And the amount of loss and suffering of the people of that area.
Yeah,
is like
24 people have died. At least 12,000 structures destroyed. And we were getting calls from our friends. We were checking on our friends over the weekend.
We started out in the 90s together in the entertainment industry. Eventually, all of your friends moved to LA. It's just what the business does. They all move west.
Except for us.
Except for us. Like, we did not do that.
Yep.
And
that's something that needs to be seen and heard too, Paul. I agree. These firefighters are not going home. They're not going back to their families. They're staying here day and night, day after day after day after day after day until this is stopped. They don't have enough people to send them home. They give them breaks and they go right back at it. They are the ones that deserve the prayers and thoughts as well. I mean, in a bad way, guys. You know, I'm not just saying this because I was a firefighter. I'm saying this is fact. If it weren't for them, this would be it would have destroyed everything at this point. So please pray for them, the EMS workers, the firefighters, law enforcement, anybody that's on the front lines dealing with this. They really, really need it. They're putting their lives on the line to try to save everybody else's. I was always told I was crazy. A friend of mine used to say it all the time, like, you're insane. And I'm just like, what do you mean? You run into a building that's on fire and everybody else is running out. I said, somebody's got to do it. There's just some people that are down for it and some that aren't. That's all there is to it. There's a job for everybody, folks, and a person for every job. So, but yeah, pray for them and their safety and their families. Their families are missing them. They're not seeing them for days upon days upon days. And they're okay with that because they know what they have to do. So that's important too. That's very important.
so we were on this text chain and many text chains saying,
that's their neighborhood. You know,
are you okay? What's the status? What's going on? We have friends that have lost everything.
Yep.
And then we have friends that are living miracles.
Yeah.
Living miracles.
And it's getting close, and the fire gets close, and also the air is awful there. Can you just imagine? It's not just like a forest fire where it's just wood, but it's all those other materials that are burning. So it's really, really dangerous. But there are ways we can help.
Yes. We are putting up a link on our website for all of the organizations, like local area organizations that are accredited, bring out the best of the best. You look at these firefighters that are living miracles. These people are incredible and cannot be commended.
Yeah. And not just from Los Angeles. They're coming from Mexico, from Canada, from other states.
Yes, they are
firefighters.
Just the bravest people. I mean, when you see fire and you see people that are running into it, you know, they are made of different stuff. If you go to our website, livewithkellyandmark.com, we have accredited organizations that will direct you for help best you can help, whether it's donating personal items, cleaning out your clothes, and not knowing what to do with like those old shoes. There are people that have fled with just the clothes on their backs.
Yes.
When it's talking about loss, it's like a loss of everything. And when you think about sometimes your life's work is like you build equity. How do you do that? You buy a house and like you raise your family in it and you hope to someday leave that house to your children and then it's gone and everything is gone.
The personal effects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, our parent company, Disney, has donated $15 million.
That's very true, Mikey. That's very true. That's something I will say for myself is when I would go to do this, to go do this job, my job, it was just like anybody else going to work at a gas station or going to work at a library or going to work at a grocery store. You get up every day, you put your pants on one leg at a time like everybody else, and you get in your car, you drive to work, and you do your job. It's no different, guys. You don't think of it that way. You just do what you do. And there's people that are volunteering to do this all over the place because they do want to help. They want to be part of that, you know, that whole thing. It's to see people say the negative things they're saying. It's unbelievable. That is what's wrong with society. It truly is. It really, truly is. And, you know, I said something a couple months back and it just hit me again is we saw when 9/11 hit, unbelievable unity. It was amazing. It was amazing. I don't see it this time like it was. I didn't see it for the hurricanes like it was. You know, I even said, I know this sounds corny, but I can't remember when they did this, but I know you guys remember. True Seeker, it's good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. you guys remember that song they came out with back in the 80s, that We Are the World, USA for Africa, to help with all that kind of stuff. They put that together for that reason. I think we need that more now than we needed it then. I'm telling you, for society and for all of, unity within us, I'm telling you, they need it more now than they needed it then anywhere near. It's crazy. Our grandson is working on the fire and we haven't heard anything from him yet. Well, God bless him, and prayers to him, true seeker, every day that he's there. God bless. And when you talk to him, thank him for everything he does, please, from all of us. Please, please do. It is. It's gone, Shaker. And it's not just here. It's everywhere in the world. Everybody is so worried about themselves and how they're going to get ahead and what they have to do to step on the person in front of them to get to that spot. That's not what we're about, guys. I don't know what the hell happened or why. That's not what we're about. I mean, we shouldn't be about that either. And we should all be seeing that, I mean, some of us do, obviously, but this is just nuts anymore. It really is. I know they sent some from our state, Carl. It says allegedly other states sent trucks, but California checked out the trucks prior to allowing them to help. It's certainly wasted time. So there is their answer, Mikey, because of the diesel issue. At this point, I can't see them not allowing these vehicles to come to help, though, Carl. That's crazy to me. We were talking about that this morning because they have their laws as far as the diesel trucks and stuff like that. I can't imagine them turning anybody away at this point. That's crazy.
They put out a press release that was an internet rumor
about them not allowing the trucks to come in.
Yeah, there's a press release on Twitter somewhere. I've shared it. It's probably buried in my feed, but it talks about how that was an internet rumor and that they were letting anybody come in to help. And then
what I would think.
My old man said that he saw on the news, 'cause I don't watch the news, but sometimes when he goes and spends time with his mom, he watches the news with her, that Florida had sent help too.
I know. I now know Florida. I know Ohio left, and they're sending more. This my area of Ohio, Northeast Ohio. I know they've sent 3, I think 5 now battalions that I know of. Just from my very local area, but there's probably more. And I'm sure that like larger cities like Cleveland and Akron will send because they have a lot.
And I just hope that, I send all the love and positive vibes to these people in California, but I really hope and pray that this doesn't drown out the fact that we have people here on the East Coast that are freezing to death in North Carolina because their homes were destroyed.
They're still intense.
That we're going through this. They're intense with children.
Yep. And here's I'm glad you brought that up.
They don't have the resources of Hollywood's elite. So, I mean, don't mean to sound like a dick, but
no, you're right. You're right.
Sorry, I can't, I send them all the love and prayers, but any energy I spend is going to be spent on the people here in North Carolina on the side of the United States that don't have multi-million-dollar homes and 5 or 6 cars and a home on an island. And these people have nothing.
And there was a statement made supposedly from Washington, from the president, stating that they are going to cover. It pissed me off because why didn't they do this in North Carolina? But supposedly Biden made a statement, and I'm not going political. We're not going to have a political conversation here, guys. So don't go there. I'm just repeating this, that they were going to cover 100% of what happens here in California. Why can't you do that in North Carolina and Chimney Rock and places like that? Why didn't that happen then? Why is it happening now? I don't understand that. These people in North Carolina and Chimney Rock, the places that got hit so bad, they went through the same thing, if not worse. They don't have, like you said, the money to go to a motel or places like that. They're intense, guys, and it's wintertime. So please, If they're going to do that
It's
for them, they need to do it
freezing.
for everybody.
It's
Right.
freezing. Like
Yep.
it is
They're in the
freezing.
mountains.
And bitch about, well, I can't see it now because there's some kind of headline on there, but Siri. She hates my accent. Hey Siri, what is the temperature outside?
It's currently 61 degrees.
It's 61 degrees here. And I sit up here and bitch about it, but mainly, guys, it's jokingly because there
Ask
are
her the temperature in Chimney Rock, Mom.
Oh Lord. Hey Siri, what is the temperature in Chimney Rock, North Carolina?
In Chimney Rock, North Carolina, it's 35 degrees.
I don't know if y'all can hear. It's 35 degrees.
35 degrees. There you go. And there's people and children sleeping in tents.
Yep.
Nope. It is not okay. Not okay.
No, it's not. It's not okay. Like it's a horrible feeling to be in the snow and to have to build a bonfire on the outside of your tent and find whatever you can to wall it in so the heat directs towards the tent that you're sleeping in.
Yep.
Like what
babies, folks. Babies.
You didn't Google it? Oh, he guessed. Good guess.
He heard it. He heard it. That's why. But yeah, there's babies going through this. Okay, babies. Yep, we did.
Yeah, they are. They're currently begging. Paul is right. They're currently begging for propane for heat. You should see the line. Oh my God! Like I literally was emotional. I'm not even going to try to say I wasn't. To look at the line of cars that were lined up to try to get propane, and FEMA had shut down their resources for the weekend. Like, where do we live? Where do we live? This is supposed to be the land for the people, and it's not. It's not. It's just like when the hurricane hit here, there were still homes in Northport and Tampa that were destroyed before this damn hurricane hit.
Yeah, yeah. Days. Yes. There needs to be a change, folks. We have to. Even if it's, listen, if Mom and I make a statement, a positive statement about this, what we're talking about right now, and you all hear it, you all can turn around and pass however many, 31 people in here can turn around and pass that same feeling on to 31 other people that you'll interact with in the next few days. Just saying, okay? And so on and so, and maybe that'll help change this. Maybe people will see it for what it is. The greediness, the non-compassion. I don't understand where this comes from, because if anybody, even if those people were to go through this themselves, would they understand then? Would they want to be that person then? We can't be that way. We can't be that way. I can't stand it, you guys. It drives me nuts. And that's why I said, Mom, that comment, if that's true, that Washington claimed that they were going to cover 100% of these people and their loss in California, where the fuck have you been for the rest of the people that went through Helene and everything else that has happened over the past summer? Excuse my language, but why and where? That makes no sense. These people are no better than those people. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. It's not, Mike. I know it's not, but we have to. Here's another way I look at it. If we give up, then we're no better than that. Okay? If we give up, then everybody else sees that and they give up. And then everybody else sees that and they give up. And then nobody's trying anymore. So we have to keep pushing forward and trying. Otherwise,
it's like a house of Legos. If you put your one piece on that house of Legos, eventually it's going to build a whole house.
That's right.
And like
good
that
way to
one
put it.
lady, I guess it was an actress. I don't know. I don't keep up with them, but like she said, gently used clothing is so important. Even if you financially can't help, go through your closets and see, is there something that I don't wear anymore? Is there something my kids have grown out of? Is there something my grandkids have grown out of? That we can help with. Like, I really wanted to do a toy drive and donate a bunch of toys for Christmas up there, but lo and behold, I lost my job, so every penny counts right now, and I'm not able to do that.
Of course.
But I shared the links. I shared their story. We did a whole live one night. Me, Dago, Minnie, Kimber, a bunch of us was up on panel over on the front porch, and we showed the devastation and shared all those important links. And even if you can't help, maybe sharing that link on your social media will trigger somebody else to help. We can all do our part.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And listen, even if you can't do that, say a prayer, tell somebody else that maybe can do that can, please. I mean, everything you do matters, folks. Even if it's just passing a message on, saying a prayer for somebody, anything, it all matters. It all matters. Take care, Carl. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. A little bit goes a long way, Mikey. That's a fact, especially if you're all putting in something. Wow. That's what I've always said, Jaker. I said that, Mom. You can ask Mom for a long time. We have to be the voice for the voiceless, period. There's no two ways about it. Somebody's got to speak up. Somebody's got to do something. They can't do it. And that goes within everything we do, whether it be covering a crime or something like this. We have to support each other. Nobody else is going to do it. And I'll tell you right now that nobody from another country is going to come forward to put their hand out to help us like we do for everybody else. We have to support each other. That's fact. That is fact. I don't even want to. I still can't get over the fact that there has not been full coverage help in Chimney Rock at this point. That blows my mind. Knowing what time of year it is, knowing what these people are still going through. Unbelievable, you guys.
Death Valley, there is a church. I'll have to grab the name of it. And if you're over here the next time that day goes live, I'll have it ready for you. It's on one of my descriptions. I'll have to find it because I don't want to give you the wrong name. But there was only a couple of churches that were even able to help because the buildings are still standing up there.
It's great.
Look at that, what Paula said.
My church members fill a semi with goods for those North Carolina. We did that here too. Paul. It's awesome. A lot of places did that. It's amazing. I was going to show you this here real quick, which is something that really warmed my heart seeing this. This happened 12 days ago, by the way, what I'm about to show you. But this is what needs to happen for these people. 1 second here. This is what I had hoped for too, and more of this needs to happen. And this may need to happen in California too at this point, but we need to take care of those people in North Carolina, folks. All of them. Welcome, Klein. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Hold on a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, guys. I hate when I have to do this.
I had to grab my tea. I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Came over here completely unprepared, like none of my stuff.
No cigarettes, no tea. What are you doing, Mom?
Nothing. I am not here.
Okay. Hold on a minute, guys. I will say that a lot of people did step up to help. Here we go. This has happened more than once too. There was one man that donated hundreds of these little the same things we saw for like the little shed type homes, hundreds of them. I
Tiny houses.
That tiny little shed type buildings. There was one man that did that, and now we have this story here. Is the other story I was going to show you, which is amazing. You know, it's amazing. This is what I'm talking about. Even something like this. This is all it takes, guys. To put roofs over these people's houses. Okay, they're small. Granted, yes, they can cram into a building as long as there's a roof over their head with some heat. That's all it needs to be, temporarily. Welcome, Nancy. Thank you for joining us.
And is building hope for those in Western North Carolina displaced by Hurricane Helene.
2 nonprofits and a church partnered to build survival shelters equipped with basic necessities for those who need it.
With the help of the community, 12 sheds have been built, with nearly 99% of the materials coming from donations across the Midlands. WIS reporter Naomi Popa introduces us to the man behind the project and explains how the community is coming together to serve those in need.
These 12 10 by 15-foot sheds were built in just 3 weeks. Curtis Fink, the man spearheading the project, tells me what he saw in Western North Carolina was unlike anything he's ever seen before. And now he's thankful he gets an opportunity to give back.
Give it back. I'm trying to give it back to somebody.
Fink and his local church, Convent Baptist, began building the sheds in another part of the state before they realized they could do it in their backyards with the help of.
No problem. I just said Klein. I think your picture is probably what throws everybody off. So no worries.
An open field owned by his pastor, the construction site was born.
Our thing was to give somebody something that's, better than a tent. So that, for me, it's, hard walls, a good, good non-leaking roof.
The sheds are equipped with insulation, 2 power sources, an LED light, a window, and room for a bed and personal belongings. Each of them are unique, bearing the types of materials that were donated. Fink tells me his nonprofit, Godspeed, has served the people of Swannanoa, North Carolina for quite some time. But after the hurricane, he says those in the organization quickly realized bringing supplies to those in need just wasn't enough.
Fortunate side, so a lot of these mobile home parks were along this river, and they're gone. I know it's going to work out with them, but like I said, there's a couple of individuals that have purchased land just to let these folks put these houses on.
According to Fink, there are over 640 families on the list for a temporary home. More than 150 have been served so far. While these are the first sheds made in Lexington County, he hopes to build more and address the needs of hundreds of others.
Anybody that wants to get involved, a heartbeat's all I ask for. That's it.
If you'd like to learn how to be a part of this initiative.
Now there's a man also that went. He's obviously very well off and purchased, I think it's 500. I think. And FEMA's still not doing what they should be. This is the problem right here. Excuse me, you guys. This is the problem right here. This is what bothers me. And like I said, I feel absolutely horrified and for the people in California as well. But this is the problem right here.
Tonight with Bill St. Pierre, who's been on the ground helping those affected, and Mayor Michael Sobel from Black Mountain, North Carolina. Gentlemen, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Bill, there was just a tweet that got put out by FEMA, helpfully talking about how great they've been and how many people they are helping. As you've been on the ground with folks, do you see that FEMA has been doing enough?
I haven't seen FEMA do anything since I've been down there. I've seen their vehicles. I've seen their flags flying. The amount of families that I've been in contact with, working with, I have not seen FEMA anywhere.
Tell me some of the stories of the families that have affected you the most.
Well, I can go forever. One family, she grew up in this home. Her great grandfather built it. It flooded, kind of knocked it off the foundation a little bit, but they basically lost everything. In their 70s, she has stage 4 cancer. They take care of their Shriner grandson. He is a 40-year vet, and they have nothing. And they were given a little bit of FEMA money, but it's not even going to pay for the cleanup. There was a guy that was helping me unload my trailer a couple weeks ago down in Jefferson, North Carolina. He was working at a distribution center, and he had cancer. And he was helping me unload the trailer, lost his mobile home, taking care of his 7-year-old daughter. And I called him the other day, and his camper just burned down because he's trying to keep it warm. So I could go on for hours.
Yeah.
The people that I've talked to, the people that I've seen, the look in their eyes, the devastation that they're going through, this isn't the American way. And I finally had to start doing something. I had to start using my platform, my Facebook, my social media, like all the other people are down there, because nobody else is helping. So we're going to do it the way we're doing it, raising money and make this happen.
And that's the American way, right? The worst times bring out the best sometimes, oftentimes in America. Mayor, I know it's difficult as a local official to be caught between wanting help from your community from FEMA and then trying to help the folks who are so desperate that you represent. Help us understand this giant disconnect between what we hear that FEMA is doing a great job and they're everywhere and on, and these stories that are being told and we have every reason to believe are true.
Well, I have to challenge St. Pierre. There's no question that FEMA has not done as much as what people want. However, FEMA is not Jesus Christ. We can't expect miracles overnight. I know that in the town of Black Mountain, FEMA has done a damn good job. They have given people, they have helped people. Have they completely made everyone whole? Absolutely not.
But there's people living in tents, Mayor.
You've got to understand that it takes a while to do this.
67 days and people are still living in tents. We have video of the FEMA compound. They seem to be doing pretty well. I can't figure. I'm just trying to figure out what people should expect. And it doesn't seem 67 days is too long to expect a trailer that the government has money for, is it?
Well, you said that they should be able to buy 20,000 trailers. I own trailer parks. I know what trailers are like. Do you realize how long it would take to get 20,000 trailers?
It would take a while.
There's
That's
not
fair.
20,000 trailers out there. Now, that would be a good thing. There's no question it would be good. It'd be good for them to bring them in. But for right now, they don't have the resource. They've got the resources, the money to buy them. But the trailers are not available. People are living in tents. Yes, they are. And I'm sorry. But let's look at the other side of it. Our community has stepped out and helped so many people. There are churches around in here.
That's what's incredible, right? Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
It's interesting how he cut him off. Yeah, that's bullshit. I'm sorry, but it's unbelievable.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'd like to know how many people are living in your fancy house that are keeping
how many
their
do you take
kids
it?
warm in tents.
Exactly, Mom. Exactly, Mom. I wanted to show that one. Damn it, where is it? I mean, this guy. It just happened 12 days ago, too.
Ooh, y'all are stuck with me. What are we gonna do? You and me going fishing in the dark, lying on the grass and counting the stars where the blue grass grows. Oh, he'll be back.
Sorry, y'all. Damn 1022.
That's all right. I sang for him.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to. There we go. All right, that's better. Anyway, yeah, 1 second. You guys can set your watch by that damn 1022 thing.
Yeah, but Demon, I'm from Kentucky, so it's got to be the bluegrass. You're good, Mikey. Mikey!
Here it is.
Is among those helping Hurricane Helene victims in western North Carolina by donating hundreds of sheds. Our Scarlett Lizjak spoke with him about his mission.
Here in Williamston, South Carolina, a small business owner is working to make a big difference in western North Carolina.
When people say that videos and pictures don't do it justice, that's truth.
For local businessman Sam Byler, seeing the devastation Hurricane Helene caused in western North Carolina inspired him to get involved.
I've never seen anything like this. We're 90 days past. And there's a lot of work still needs to be done.
Byler posted on Facebook that he wanted to donate 100 sheds to Helene victims.
I made a post and I said, I want to do this. This is my way to raise awareness for suicide and depression. And the shed industry just took it over. I mean, I think within 24 hours, we had over 50 sheds donated. It literally started without a plan, which my friends will tell you that's the way most of my life goes.
Months later, Byler has been able to give away more than 200 sheds and counting.
This one was built by a couple of guys that are truck mechanics and truck drivers.
The sheds are donated to Byler. Then Byler and volunteers help deliver to those in need.
Donated by manufacturers, dealers, haulers all over the U.S., Maine, Michigan, to Texas, and every state in between. We put house doors in instead of shed doors. We put good windows in, instead of shed windows, and insulate them, put a nice floor in them, panel the walls.
As the nights grow increasingly colder, Byler says the work is far from over.
I have two families right now that they're living in cars and they have kids, and I can't sleep at night.
Hold on. You're serious, Matahari? You didn't know bluegrass was real? You're joking, right? Anyway, I'll come back to that, Matahari. This is the one that really moved me right here. This guy and this whole situation.
But I wake up at 2 o'clock at night and I'm like, I got to get them in a shed. So then I'll get those two in a shed, and then I get two more the next day, and then there's two more. If by what I do inspires 100 other people to go do something, go do it. I think that's the main thing I want to get out. We can all help.
In Anderson County, Scarlett Lizjak, 7 News.
That was awesome to me. That's what I'm saying. Like, that is absolutely, that's what it needs to be right there. Wait, what? I live 3 miles from the artist circle. I'm like, wow. Wow. That's awesome.
You're born in Fort Campbell, Tandy. I'm from Paducah.
Say it again, Mom. Paducah.
Paducah.
I love it.
Paducah is named after Chief Paducah.
What are those monsters that come out at night?
They are bagoogers.
I love
There's bagoogers. And yeah, in the summertime on the western side, I mean, I'm sure it happens on the eastern side too, but we have rolling hills on the western side where when you get over to the eastern side, you have the mountain sides. And in the summertime, when the wind's blowing and the sun's just right, it makes the grass look blue.
Well, there's actual grass well, sod that is called bluegrass that they grow. My uncle used to grow not Kentucky bluegrass, but that exists too. It's a type of grass you can get sod to lay down. There's also damn it, my uncle raised racehorses and he grew straw and hay and all that stuff. But anyway, there's a version of that too that's Kentucky something. So yeah, absolutely, it's a real thing. But that whole thing that Mom said about the sun, the way it shines on it, it does look blue. That's true. New fire in Jerup. Are you kidding me, Molly? Good God. And it starts all over again. They just said it all died down, and I knew those damn winds. We need help, people. We need one of these other countries to step up and start handing some money back that they borrowed from us over the past how many decades. And help out with some of the shit we're going through, like we've for them for years.
Exactly. But they won't.
Seriously. Oh, I know they won't, but so I guess this is true. Wait, hold on. Damn it. Everything is flipping CBS. Nope. Wait a minute. Here we go. Fox has it. And because of the wind, of course, here it is. Jerupa Valley. I'll be damned.
Going upstairs to Chopper, and you saw the flames there. This is in the Jurupa Valley and in Riverside.
Sorry, Jurupa Valley.
County, and we have only been talking about LA County, but we know that those winds are picking up in Riverside County and Orange County, Inland Empire. And so here we are now over, and if you look at the extreme nav, it says Bradford Street, and I think it said Rutledge.
Yeah, so this is the Santa Ana Valley River bottom. This was just upgraded to a third alarm. We have seen that the area that we've been talking about, that is the area that's a particularly dangerous situation.
This is exactly how the first fire started, and within a couple hours, it was just all gone. So this is what they were afraid of because of these damn winds. And I hope it doesn't spread. I hope they can get on top of it before it's too late.
For the next day was focused on LA and Ventura counties. We saw red flag concerns for Riverside and San Bernardino County, not the area of particularly dangerous situation. This right here, pretty big flames. Thankfully, right now, not immediately burning any homes or anything. You can see some of the crews that are out there with their flashlights trying to get out there and trying to put this thing out before it grows bigger. Don't know in terms of getting air resources on top of this thing, how quickly they might arrive and how many of them may be, in LA County dealing with all of the fires here. But that's some significant flames. Adam Kruger, can you talk to us about the weather right now and the winds potentially in Jurupa Valley?
Yeah, sure can. We just got word of that, just as we showed it here live on air. So I was just looking at the Jurupa Valley area. We've got wind gusts around 20 to 25 miles per hour right now. Yes, that's breezy, certainly not extreme, although this is one of the areas where the winds will be ramping up as we get into tomorrow and into Wednesday as well. And wow, just kind of impressive to see some of the groundwork right there as they clear some of that brush. A lot of people on hand for that.
Yeah, I wonder if any of those are the inmate crews that are out there working as well, based off of.
This is just like that. I've watched that TV show, Fire Country. That's real deal shit. They actually do that there. I think you can tell because of the gear that they're wearing too, if they're the inmate crews, and that's what they do. I mean, I told you earlier, They need to bring some of these immigrants in and have them do this stuff. Those people that came here that are doing nothing, they're getting handed $13,000 to $25,000 to start a life here. Why can't they help with this? You know what I'm saying? And this area, look how dry this is. That's going to go like nothing. Jesus.
The way that they're dressed there, we've seen some of those doing some really heroic work, cutting lines and making it easier for firefighters out there. But yeah, I mean, they're really right up to this fire.
It's good to see the hand crews getting a handle on this. I'm seeing a report that most of the fire has been knocked down already. I hope to get that confirmed because, again, we just got over it, and I'm trying to figure out when it actually started. But I'd like to see that report like that if we could work to get that confirmed. And those hand crews, doing incredible work out there.
And just kind of analyzing what we're seeing right here. I mean, it's not that's real.
I'll never understand why they do this like this. They, especially in areas like this, they need to be running with weed saws. And stuff like that, brush saws, and cut all that out and then dig their ditch. That would be so much easier. I don't understand why they work like this.
Steep terrain like we've seen with some of the other fires, and you don't see embers just soaring across the screen. It's not like we have a super high wind event yet in this area. So it does seem like, and it's easy for me to say from here, but it seems like something that they can maybe and hopefully get under control a little bit. Certainly not an extreme scenario weather-wise compared to what we've seen at times over the last week or so.
No. And Adam, maybe as we look at these pictures, you can talk about some of that wind and fire concerns that we're talking about specifically in LA and Ventura counties where it's real danger potentially predicted.
Yeah, sure. And so like we've been saying, we've got the red flag warning. It's in effect now for a large part of the area, continues through Wednesday, which should give you some concern. We've got a multi-day Santa Ana wind event still in the works here. Like I mentioned earlier, in this specific spot, we've got some gusts around 20 to 25 right now. We do expect winds to increase there and in other areas. And the strongest winds out of this next peak that starts up tomorrow is generally going to be more so north of LA, mountains, San Fernando Valley, those kind of general areas. But like we often see when we get these Santa Ana wind events, we kind of get the San Gabriel Mountains helping to divert the winds a little bit.
You talking about where you're at, Mike? Where you and Mom are down there? Would you enter a burning building with an untrained 5'4", 140-pound immigrant? I don't know if I'd take them in the building with me, but I would give them something else that they could do. They could do this right here. Okay. I wouldn't take them in a building because they don't know what to do until they get their training. But stuff like this, you hand them one of these tools and say, this is what you do, and let them go. That's what I'm talking about. Line cutting is not hard to do. It's pretty self-explanatory. But you're right, though. I mean, no. I wouldn't take any immigrant into a burning building that doesn't have any training because they would kill themselves. You can't do that. But I get your point, Bill. It makes sense. I don't know. You still here, Mom?
Yeah, I'm still here. We have controlled burns down here.
We do that here too.
They control burn stuff like, beautiful national forest with amazing palm trees and ground palms, and they say that it helps my Cody fingers, the greenage, grow. But I'm sorry, it looks very ugly when they do it.
Well, our law enforcement, they do control. You guys will love this. They used to. They probably don't do it anymore, but they used to do controlled burns when they would have drug busts. And they would burn marijuana, bales of marijuana fields. Oh Lord! And I could never
then all go hit the Waffle House.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how did you guys do that shit? Because they have to stand guard. They can't leave it there. They have to stand, watch it, and control it. And of course, the firefighters that were there were they had Scott packs on. But, you know, standing on the outskirts of that, tell me that you guys didn't want to eat each other. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy to me. How did you not get high? I'm sure they got high.
And that's how cannibalism starts.
There you go. But and then we've done controlled burns on like houses that are being torn down. They use those for training. We've used those for a lot for training.
Haha,
and
Lisa, I snuck cannibalism in there.
all right, y'all. We've been here for almost 6 hours. Holy shite.
Well, time
Drinking
flies
out
when you're
of the
having
fire
fun.
truck hose and shit. I've done that before. It's not recommended because we had a fire chief. Actually, the city I grew up in, there was a fire chief, Chief Hearn. Yeah, it was Hearn. They were doing a training at a local park we have that had a pond in it, and it was the dead of summer, and they were doing a controlled burn, and they were training for that. And he drank water out of a pond down there and ended up with hepatitis B.
Oh, hell no.
No lie.
I ain't drinking nothing out of no pond. I tell you right now, I'm country as country can be. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't stop on a mountainside and get
And out of the
water
side of
out
a
the
mountain,
but I ain't drinking out of no pond. Deer piss in that. No,
there's
ma'am.
way more than that, Mom. And he just cupped his hands, from my understanding, and drank it. And next thing you know, he was sick. You know how
Yeah,
that
I'm sure. No, ma'am. Fish pee in that.
there's all sorts of shit in there that people pee in it. You know what I mean? You could get it from rivers, ponds. The only time I'll drink anything out of nature, we used to go down to West Virginia all the time, and we would stop before we would cross over the line. Somewhere in Pennsylvania, there was a mountain that had a tap in the side of it. It was a steel rod. It was all rusted and shit. But we would stop and fill up jugs to take with us. It was the coldest and best tasting water I've ever had in my life. Absolutely.
Mike, what is that weird algae that we have down here that like kills animals? It only comes once a year.
I thought it was Hep B shaker. That's what we were told. It could have been Hep A. I don't know. Hepatitis, period. He got hepatitis.
It was one of the hepatitises.
Hey, PJ.
You know they have a cure for that now. It's super freaking expensive, but
They probably had a
side
cure
note.
for that
Mikey,
for a
you know
long
what I'm
time.
talking about? It's all over the news when it happens in the summertime. Let me see if he knows. Hang on.
He said Uno. Is that it? Amoeba? She stumped you.
Around the mountains. So we
Yes, Shaker was right. He said it's an amoeba.
Yeah, there's parasites in that.
Yeah.
It's what I'm
dude.
saying. They get inside your
I ain't
body
drinking
and
nothing.
It's like those little parasites
I ain't
that
drinking nothing.
when you go swimming, you got to be careful because they'll get up in your the men's urethras and stuff like that. Little creepy ass things.
Oh, hell no.
Nope.
No, see, I try to stay away from water unless it's been safely filtered through coffee in the first place. Because anything that rusts iron, I don't want to put that shit straight in my body.
Well, we have well water here that I drink tea, but it's filtered and boiled and all that fun
We have
stuff.
well water too. It comes out of the aquifer. Like it's ice cold out when it comes out. Yeah,
That's,
it doesn't matter if it's 110 degrees outside. It comes out of the aquifer.
Yes, ma'am. When I lived in
It will always go back to coffee.
I lived on a farm. My aunt and uncle, before they moved to Florida, had a horse farm, and they had, I think it's called it's some kind of a well that's really deep, and most well water has that sulfur smell and taste and all that rusty crap with it. Theirs didn't. I can't think of the name of the artesian well, and they drill it deeper for some reason, and that water was ice cold all the time. soon as you turn it on, it was ice cold, and it had none of that other stuff in it, none of that smell or taste or anything. It was amazing. I
Oh
loved
yeah,
it.
we have a hose that's close to where the drill spot is, and you go over
Mhm.
there and get water out of that, and it's like, I mean, I'll drink that if I'm outside and dying of thirst, but you know, it's really good water, and it's cold all year round too.
Yep.
Like I'm
I used
sure
to
it's
drink.
ice cold right now.
We used to drink out of hoses around from our house when we were kids. But it was city water, and it's the same water that came out of the sink. It was just coming out of a hose. It still had fluoride and magnetite and blomide and slimide and flowmide and everything else in it.
PJ.
Good to see you,
Yeah, we
PJ.
also grew up riding in the back of pickup trucks
Mm-hmm.
with cars without seatbelts.
Mm-hmm. Standing up in the back of pickup trucks with 6 or 7 other people back there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, them days are gone, Mom. Way
lawn
gone.
chairs, bungee strapped in the back.
Hell, when we were teenagers, we used to rent Ryder trucks or U-Haul trucks and go up to Nelson's Ledges, throw couches in the back, and that's where we'd sleep. That was fun. Then again, I only remember one day. The rest of the weekend, well, you know why I was gone, but still. 19,000. Holy shit, you guys. Look at this. This is nuts. Like I said, if you didn't see it for real, you wouldn't believe it was real. 19,978 acres burned. 5,316 structures burned, and 0 of that was contained. That's insane. Riders still around, Mikey. Big yellow trucks. We have them here. Riders and U-Hauls. You can't drink from a water hose now, Tandy. People look at you like you're insane. See, our well water now, it's really, especially the hot water. I'll never understand that. If you turn the hot water on and let it run for a minute, it smells like rotten eggs immediately. The cold water's still there, but it's not so bad.
You need one of them softener do thingies
It
outside.
It don't change nothing. It just makes the water softer.
We have one that you put salt in.
The salt, yeah,
Like
that's
you
what we
get
had.
bags of salt and put it in. It does all right.
You probably have an artesian well then, Lisa. The deeper they are, like I said, they don't have all that. You cut through that stuff and you go below it, I guess. That's my understanding. That's what my aunt and uncle had. The good old drink from the hose. I'm just saying, it's true. We did it all the time in the summers. It would be 85, 90 degrees. We've been outside playing all day. You went up to the side. Now, I didn't do it from somebody else's house. I'd only do it from my house. Like, it made a difference. And I'd turn the hose on, and there it goes. Look up the history of the Quabbin Reservoir, Boston's water source, 75 miles away. The lost town, 5 under the Quabbin Reservoir. Okay. Thank you, Phil. Our water, when I was growing up, came out of the Mosquito Reservoir and went through a water. If you'd have seen the way the water looked before, that's how I got meningitis, out of that same reservoir. And then they run it through our water treatment facility, and we drink it, and they flush it, and you re-drink it because it goes through that treatment. I never did understand that, and it was very hard to trust. But
dude, when I lived in Las Cruces, the apartment we had, our water, I swear to you, it came straight from the Rio Grande. It was the nastiest looking shit you ever seen in your life.
You ain't supposed
like
to
you
drink
would
the water.
literally take a shower and feel dirty. Like it was so bad.
You ain't supposed to touch that water, from I heard, Mom.
This was many years ago. I'm sure. I
it
mean,
ain't
it's still not good. Like I wouldn't suggest drinking from the Rio Grande in any way, form, or fashion. But it was like a little cheap, what do you call it? Like an efficiency apartment. We were young. We just got married, and Oh my God, that water was so gross. Like I'm scarred for life. The first time I turned the sink on, I was like, "What the hell is that?"
What colors did it come out? Brown?
It was so bad. It was like brown and red, and like it smelt weird.
Mm-hmm. That happened to me in a house we lived in where we had a well. I filled up the bathtub. No, my daughter filled up the bathtub one night. She was going to take a bath. We had lived there for probably 7 months at that point. She goes in the bathroom, and I hear the water running, and then I hear a yeek. She comes walking back out with this dead, like this look on her face, and she goes, "Come here." And I'm like, "What's wrong?" She goes, "Just come here." And she's probably 15 at the time. I go in the bathroom. I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Look at the tub." I look down, and the tub's black. The water was black. And I'm like, ooh. And what had happened was the well it starts to dry up when it runs out of water, and it starts pulling from the bottom, and all that sediment comes up through it. So we had to flush the well basically, and then we had to have a new well. It was just a pain in the ass. What's up, Popper? Good to see you, brother. It's not cool at all. He was not happy. I said the water's clean. It just has stuff in it. She goes, "That doesn't make any sense."
Hell no. I'm with her.
Oh yeah,
Ew.
no. We drained it, and it left the sediment all around the drain and stuff. And I said, "Yeah, that ain't good." I said, "Don't drink it." Which it was still hot. I said, "You can get in there if you want." She was like, "For what? I'm gonna be just as dirty, if not worse." So be it. I don't know. Clean dirt. That's right, Truth Seeker. Clean dirt.
I
All right,
wasn't big
y'all.
on mud pie when I was a kid.
You weren't what?
I'm not intentionally mud pies.
Oh, my wife loved to make those. You're not supposed to eat them for real. You just make them, Put the little berries off the
Well, I
bushes on top of them.
may have been the asshole that fed them, well, attempted to feed them to the little brother.
That's what my wife did too. She even put a rock inside one. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I put Fruit Loops on the top of mine. I got in trouble for the Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops they're good. They're good. What's up, AR? All right, y'all. I think 6 hours is my limit for today. I've been here all day. I think I'm tired, and I got to be here in the morning.
All right. Well, y'all make good choices. PJ, send me that info, and I will look into it, and just let me know if you need a flyer. I will make you a flyer.
What has she got going on?
Her child's godmother is missing.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
You can send it my way too if you want, PJ.
Yep.
Sorry to hear that.
If you need a flyer, I'll make it.
Yes.
Put it out and send it out to all my people.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you, Mom, for joining me. You sound better. Hopefully you're feeling better.
Yeah, I think finally the ibuprofen kicked in, so.
Good. Well, maybe you can join us tomorrow. If you're awake, of course. Don't get up early for me, but if you're awake, jump on in and join us tomorrow, if you will.
I have to get back on the schedule because sleeping until 10 o'clock is not healthy.
And I said earlier, last week, I said, just let her have some time sleeping in. She ain't done it in a while. She'll get over it soon.
Yeah, I'm over it.
Mm-hmm. All right, ma'am.
I don't like.
That's nice to do sometimes. You catch up on the stuff you
missed. Up till 3 o'clock by myself.
That's what happens
Stalking
to me.
Discord.
Yep.
Who's awake?
Yep.
Watching body cam videos.
Till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Yes, ma'am. Been there, done that. I used to do that with Mike and Molly and Mama Bear all the time. Molly would be up till 6 a.m. Mikey used to be too. All right, y'all. Again, Mom, thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, thank you for having me up.
Always,
y'all have a good night. Make good choices.
I'll talk to you some more.
Don't drink the dirty water.
That's it right there. That's the tip of the day. Don't drink dirty water. Everybody in chat, thank y'all for joining us. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. I hope to see you guys tomorrow for the morning show. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing, because you are the beautiful people. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye now.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, alone is giving his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night.